All right, good evening. This is a regular meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment for January 4th, 2023. Notice has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by posting a copy of the notice on the first floor of the municipal building and sending a copy to the Montclair Times, Star Ledger, and Herald News. This is a public hearing in which any members of the public are welcome to attend. The meeting agenda is available on the Montclair website, as is a link to the YouTube channel where the hearing can be viewed live or after the fact. The hearing is also being live televised on channel 34. I will go ahead and call roll. Mr. Harrison?
Here.
Mr. McCullough?
Here.
Mr. Caulfield?
Here.
Mr. Church?
Here.
Mr. Moore, not here yet. He may show up later. Mr. Simon?
Here.
Mr. Vieira?
Here.
Ms. Harris and Ms. Martineau are excused this evening. Mr. Sullivan?
Here.
Mike, I assume you'll,
Next order of business?
yes.
Next order of business for the board is a reorganization for 2023. The board needs to elect a chair. Is there a motion to elect a chairman?
I'll make that motion.
Do we have an individual?
Oh, for an individual, Phil Harrison.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Congratulations, Bill.
Thank the board. We need someone to be nominated for vice chair.
Nominate John McCullough.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other nominations? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And then you can do secretary and assistant secretary. Janice is a secretary, and Tommy's someone moved to name Janice Talley as our secretary, and Tommy is our assistant secretary.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We have the minutes of the December 14th meeting. On page 1, line 27, it should be that application was carried to the January 18th meeting. And then and just for the record, Mr. Moore has arrived. On page 5, line 3, instead of saying an exhibit, it should be Exhibit O-1. And then on the last line of that page, it should say an extension of the board's time to act. So change on to of, and delete line and timeline. And, okay. Anyone else with any changes to those minutes?
Motion to accept minutes as amended?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? And then,
Mr. Moore should abstain. Okay.
and then we have the resolution for 63 Park Street. On page 2, the third line from the bottom, it should be changed to 0.61 acres instead of 0.16 acres. And then for condition 9 should be revised in case the tenants were pre-existing. So after only, comma, provided, however, that can't be meant, that non-tenants currently leasing garage space for the storage shall be entitled to continue leasing the space for the duration of their tenancies. I said the wording to commit advance, so I didn't have to do it slowly. Any other changes to that resolution?
Yeah, and condition 8 on page 8, second line, we're going to delete the reference to comment 10 in the engineer's report. That's not necessary.
Any other changes to that resolution? And if not, would someone like to move it with those amendments?
I'll move with those amendments, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. And-
Did you?
I abstain.
You abstain? Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Then we have a request for an extension for the property at 683 Grove Street. This was for an addition to a house that's located at the LaSalle cul-de-sac and on Grove Street, and they basically, as part of the addition, they were switching their driveway from going out on Grove Street, where Mount Hebron Road comes in, to coming out on LaSalle, on the LaSalle Road cul-de-sac. Tommy, how long did they ask for?
They asked for an additional 6 months.
Any discussion? If not, someone want to move to grant them the request for an additional 6 months?
I'll move that, Mr. Chairman, to grant the extension.
Is there a
Second. Second.
Okay, any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, Tommy, you want to do the announcement?
Yes. Sorry, find my agenda here. Application number 2821 for 6 South Fullerton Avenue, Thunder Concepts LLC. They have elected to carry this application to February 15th without the need for further notice. And they've granted the board an extension on their time to act.
Okay, so if there's anyone here for the application for at 6 South Fullerton Avenue by Thunder Concepts LLC, that matter's being carried to our meeting on February 15th. There'll be no further notice. So if you're here for that, plan on being here on February 15th. Okay. And then the next application is a continuation of the public hearing of St. Luke's Episcopal Church. Ms. Singer, are you ready to proceed?
Can't tell if this is on.
Push it, yeah, it should
For
be
that
open.
one, you'll just have to tap the mic because the light's broken, so.
Can you hear me?
No.
The button works, but the light does not.
I have an engineer here. You should be able to figure this out there. Okay, thank you. Mayor, Singer on behalf of St. Luke's Episcopal Church. Good evening. I expect to call Sean Delaney, a civil engineer, who will speak to the new drainage system that's been designed. And I would like to recall Reverend Mannell for some clarification of scheduling issues and the like
Okay,
to address conditions.
okay.
You're not here, no? I think no. Thank you.
Ms. Singer, who would you like to call first?
Yes, I'd like to call Sean Delaney.
Okay. Mr. Delaney, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board? I do. State your name and address.
Sean Delaney. I'm with Petrie Engineering, 155 Passaic Avenue, Fairfield, New Jersey.
Okay, and I'm going to also swear in Mr. Sevilla. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
May I proceed? All right. Mr. Delaney, I'd like to qualify you. Would you tell us if you graduated from college and whether you are a currently licensed professional engineer in New Jersey?
Absolutely. I graduated from New Jersey Institute of Technology with my bachelor's in civil engineering. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey, and my license is in good standing.
And you're employed by Petrie Engineering?
That is correct. I'm actually a partner in Petrie Engineering.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you've testified before other planning boards or zoning boards previously?
Yes, I have been accepted as an expert in front of other boards before, most recently West Orange, Cedar Grove, and Nutley.
I asked to
We'll accept
qualify
him
the
as an
witness.
expert engineer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Delaney, would you tell us what is your role in this application?
Absolutely. Our firm was contracted to design the stormwater and grading design for the project.
And you personally participated in that role?
That is correct. I was the project manager responsible for it.
Okay. And what documents and other information did you review to prepare the design?
So we reviewed the plans prepared by Sionis Architecture. We also reviewed the survey prepared by Stephen R. Lupo, along with additional topographic information which was obtained by our firm. We performed multiple site visits, and we also reviewed the soils testing. I'll talk about that in a little bit.
Are you familiar with the code and other regulations applicable to your drainage proposal?
Yes, I am.
Could you describe the existing site's topography and drainage?
Absolutely. So I'm going to focus mostly on the storm sewers within the existing parking lot. So the existing parking lot has two small drains located roughly in the center of the parking lot. These drains are pretty small, and they are undersized for a parking lot like this. During a typical rainstorm event, we can expect the parking lot to actually fill up with water. And this is because, again, they're undersized and they're actually clogged, so they don't function properly. And what happens is, as the parking lot fills up with water, it actually ends up flowing across the parking lot and over the public sidewalk and into the road. So during a cold month like January or February, we can actually expect icing conditions, not only within our own parking lot, but on the public right-of-way, sidewalk, and roadway.
And I'm jumping ahead just a minute to ask you, would the system that you've designed rectify that problem that you've just described?
Yes, it will.
Okay. Would you tell us some other factors you took into account in preparing the design?
Absolutely. So some of the main factors that we took into account are the increase in impervious. So as Mr. Banks testified at the last meeting, there's 1,940 square feet of additional impervious based on this new plan. We also took into account the increase in impervious, so the town's regulations.
There was some change that Mr. Bangs testified about. Originally, I think he was speaking about 1,600 feet of impermeable surface, then it changed to 1,900. Did any of that affect your design?
Fortunately, it did not affect our design. I'll talk about this in a little bit, but our design was actually designed with an additional factor of safety. So we were able to account for this increase in impervious.
Okay, could you tell us what factors other than the square footage of impermeable coverage and the other things you've testified that you took into account in preparing your report, your design?
Absolutely. So Montclair's ordinance defines this project as a minor development. And this is because we're increasing impervious by more than 250 square feet, but we don't quite meet the threshold of a major development. So Montclair's ordinances, as you guys may be aware, require that we store either 2 or 3 gallons for every new square foot of impervious surface. What that depends on is the permeability of the soils. So our office did soils testing at the site. We actually excavated 2 test pits, one on either side of the parking lot, near the 2 proposed inlets. I'll talk about those shortly. So when we did these test pits, we go out to the site, we dig a hole, we obtain a soil sample from the bottom. We then bring it to a testing lab, have it tested, and they return us with a permeability rate. In the case of this site, the permeability rate was approximately 0.29 inches per hour. And this is well below the minimum allowable of 1 inch per hour. Based on this, we have to use the more stringent of the 3 gallons per square foot because the soils on site just can't take that additional stormwater.
Just see, do I understand correctly that the reason green infrastructure could not be used had to do with the fact that the testing showed that soil has a permeability rate of less than 1 inch per hour?
That is correct. Green infrastructure relies on water being able to percolate into the ground itself. So when a site doesn't allow that, we can't use green infrastructure on it.
I think I see you have a design up, and would you describe the design? I believe this is SP1?
That is correct. This is SP1 of our set. It was previously submitted, and it is dated October 11th of 2022.
Okay. So why don't you describe the design and using the evidence that you have up?
Absolutely. So based on the increase in impervious coverage on the site, we're actually required to store 788 cubic feet of stormwater on site. So in order to capture this stormwater, what we're proposing is a detention system located within the center of the parking lot. And this will be below grade. This system is comprised of two 36-inch pipes. Each pipe, shown here in blue in the center of the parking lot again, is 70 feet in length. And overall, the system can store 1,102 cubic feet, so about 40% more than what's required. Water will get into this system via the two Type E inlets at either end of the detention basin. And we designed the grading in the parking lot so that the entire parking lot, along with some of the walkways over by the vestibule, will all drain to this system.
In your opinion, does the proposed design improve on the existing system, and if so, how?
Absolutely, yes. So the proposed design represents a significant improvement on how stormwater is managed on site today. As I mentioned previously, it tends to pond in the existing parking lot and can create icing conditions not only on our site, but also within the public right-of-way. The proposed design is going to manage the stormwater on site. It's going to capture it much more efficiently, and it'll be large enough to capture all of the stormwater. The other feature that's different with this system versus the existing is that we're going to have a pipe that allows the stormwater to leave the detention system and tie into the storm sewers within Union Street. So no water will be flowing over the sidewalk or into the roadway itself from our parking lot.
I'd like to ask you, does the architect's proposal include pervious pavement, not including gravel?
No, it does not.
And can you explain why that is?
Absolutely. So permeable pavement is a great green infrastructure technique. Unfortunately, the problem with that is that it is green infrastructure, so it requires that the stormwater go into the permeable pavers or permeable pavement, percolate through that and into the ground itself. As we talked about earlier, the soil on site today is well below the minimum allowable standards, so just not a viable option.
Thank you. Have you reviewed the report from Ms. Tabari, and would you comment on any points that she makes that are pertinent to the scope of your work?
Absolutely. So a couple of comments that she had were numbers 2, 7, and 8. So comment number 2, we agree with her that we have satisfactorily addressed the minor development criteria. Number 7, we will absolutely obtain a soil erosion and sediment control certificate prior to the start of construction. And number 8 had to do with the coordination of the depressed curbs and the location of them between the architectural plans and our plans. And of course, we will coordinate that for final site plan.
Very good. I have no further questions.
Tommy, was there a second memo from the board's engineer? 'Cause
The last one I have is July 27th.
Yeah, but his numbers seem to be not matching up with that.
Mr. Delaney, what report are you looking at?
I am looking at July 27th.
So I think, I think that it was sent and it had the previous date from the previous memo on it. It's actually October 18th, but in the memo it does say July 27th.
Okay, but, I mean, the one I have has 21 comments.
The most recent one
17.
has 17, and it actually does say the date on the subsequent pages.
Okay, so
at the
that
top.
should be October, what is that, 18th?
October 18th,
That should
2022.
be corrected on the cover page, okay.
So, okay, so you did, okay, let's go normal order, and while I'm getting, okay, Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Delaney. Just a couple of questions for you. The pipes that you're talking about in the center of the driveway,
Yes.
can you just say a word about how those pipes will be encased? I mean, obviously, they'll be under pavement. We've talked a lot in these hearings about heavy equipment rolling back and forth. So just can you speak to how those pipes will be protected, and so that in time we don't end up with sloping in the center of the parking lot?
Absolutely. So there's two answers to that question. The first answer is the system is designed with gravel around it, backfilled and compacted. It'll be compacted to what we call 95% Proctor, which is really the highest compaction you can get for non-native soils. And that should be sufficient to support any heavy truck loading, especially the SU-40s that were previously testified to. We also have it several feet below the pavement itself, which again helps to have the forces dissipate out and affect the system less. If the system did settle, which we don't expect it to, fortunately, since the inlets are the low points, if the low points then settled to be lower, it would still be able to pick up any stormwater within the parking lot.
So it's your sense that the soil is stable enough that the likelihood that we'll have a problem with potting in the center of the parking lot is rather minimal?
Correct. Yep, as long as it's installed correctly, yes.
Okay. The other question I have is you mentioned that now these pipes will collect the stormwater, and then they'll flow through another pipe system to the pipe that's running, I guess it's on the other side of Union Street, is that correct?
That is correct. So what happens with the pipe system is that it goes into the blue area. That's where all the water will go and be stored. Then just to the right of that is a circular structure. That's a manhole. Actually, in this case, it's an outlet structure. What that does, it has a small opening on the bottom of it, which allows the water to be released slowly over time. From there, the water will continue underground through a pipe and tie into the existing inlets within Union Street itself.
Right. And to your knowledge, has there ever been any problem with water backing up on that Union Street inlet?
Not to my knowledge.
And if such an occasion were to occur, what would become of the water then that would be coming from these pipes to that area? Would there be any other alternative release of some sort, or?
The water would likely come up the top of the grate in the roadway. Let me check the elevations of that. Yeah, so if you look at the manhole elevations within our site, those are at roughly 309 with an invert of 304. And this inlet within the road that we're tying into has an inlet elevation, the grate itself, of almost 306. So any water that would have that much pressure in that pipe would come out the inlet within the roadway itself. It would not back up into the site.
Into the, okay, all right, thank you.
What type of maintenance would this system require?
It's a very good question. So a system like this, you can expect after every rainstorm, it needs to be inspected. Any debris that would be in it would have to be taken out. Every year or couple of years, they would have to come with a vacuum truck essentially and clean it out to get rid of any sediment or debris that might be in the bottom of it. And this is just typical maintenance that's with any detention system nowadays.
Do you recommend it be maintained every, I don't know, 2 years, 5 years? Can roots begin to grow in this type of a pipe and the material?
So fortunately, where it's located and given that it's a solid pipe, it's not perforated, I wouldn't expect any roots. It is a detention system, so we don't have to worry about the pores becoming clogged or the soil not being able to take the water. We would recommend that it's at least inspected after every rainstorm, and we would certainly recommend that it's cleaned at least every other year, and more frequently as required.
Do you think every rainstorm would be quite frequent?
That's just for inspections, not for cleaning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just to make sure it's still functioning
Thank
as
you.
intended.
Mr. Simon, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just one. You said the pipe is not perforated, and there's only that one opening leading to the main pipe on Union Street. You're not concerned that there'll be enough sediment gathered from the parking lot that could block that one outlet?
That's a good question. So there's a minimum diameter of it, which is 3 inches, and that generally stops any sediment from clogging it. If sediment does clog that one particular outfall orifice during a particular storm event, there is an emergency weir within this structure that the water would go over. And then, since it's supposed to be checked after every rainstorm, they'll be able to pick up if there's any sediment in it. It could be inspected and cleaned out accordingly. So again, the water won't bubble up into the parking lot. It'll still have an overflow release.
And that 3-inch, what, is that a standard?
Actually, the standard minimum is 2.5 inches, but we like to go a little bit bigger so your average water bottle can squeak through.
2.5 inches based on what? Because with the more, intense rain that we've been having the last couple of years, you think the 3 inches is suffice?
I do, yeah. Any larger of an orifice, and it'll actually let more water out quicker. So the smaller the orifice, the more water we can store on site. And then it'll be slowly released over time, and this will help reduce any negative effects of the storm system on the roadway, on the storm sewers within the township right-of-way.
Okay, and in terms of freezing the water that's contained, not concerned?
No, the system's designed to drain in less than 72 hours. Stormwater is generally moving, so it shouldn't be an issue with freezing. And if it is freezing, it generally won't make it into the system.
Great, all right, thank you.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Caulfield?
Just one. So is the catch basin draining into, is that usually your standard practice for these systems?
It can be in some instances. We do have it. In other instances, we don't. We felt that given the parking lot and just the nature of the parking lot itself, that having two type E's at the corner was appropriate in this situation.
Okay, and because that will have a tie into the stormwater sewer there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vieira?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few questions. Did your design include impervious surfaces such as the structure or the church itself, or is just the parking lot?
So it was designed to capture and store the increase in impervious surface, which is 1,940, I believe. That being said, the area that's draining to it is significantly larger. Keep in mind that it's taking the existing parking lot, which already exists. So it's picking up an area much larger than we're even required to capture.
Okay. And so also the pavers, the new pavers that are proposed
Yep.
are also included.
Correct. Yep, it'll drain to the system.
And then as far as tying into the existing, city stormwater pipe, was there any design required, or at least to verify that the pipe is adequate? Or we're not adding any more, conveyance to the flow?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we looked at it, what we look at when it comes to town storm sewers and tying into them is the slope of the pipe itself and the tributary area that drains to it. So the high point on Union Street is at the intersection of South Fullerton, and there's no other pipes that come in this general direction, to my understanding. So the tributary area in this case is relatively small. It's just that portion of Union Street from our driveway, or from that inlet, up gradient. And then going downhill from there, again, the road's fairly steep, so the pipe generally follows the slope of the road, so it should have sufficient capacity.
Thank you.
I want to go back to your green infrastructure discussion, and I beat on one of my clients on this issue as to, so I guess, did you consider, and I'm looking kind of at the area where the grass pavers are going, potentially excavating the soil that has the slope perk, putting something in it that would enable you to do some green infrastructure in that area?
So a couple issues with that. Number one is that area there, I believe you're talking, that would be just down gradient of the parking lot, right? So near the refuse enclosure itself?
Right.
So that area there is fairly steep, and the problem with doing any kind of green infrastructure there is if we did do it there, we have to do a surface basin, and surface basins generally have to be in a relatively flat area to install them. The other issue with that is that we would expect the soils in that area to be the same as they were, 25 feet over in the parking lot itself. So I don't think it would be possible to do green infrastructure there.
The boring you did for the permeability test was 8 feet deep, is that correct?
That's correct, yes. They were both 8 feet deep.
Okay, did you look at all, because, the green infrastructure would be affecting the area higher than that, so did you look at all as whether that was similar soils going all the way down?
Absolutely. So when we do this testing, we're required to test the permeability of the most hydraulically restrictive layer.
Right.
So we did do that. From what I can recollect of the test pits themselves, the soil is fairly similar all the way down 8 feet. It's a little bit different closer to the surface, but it's still not the most restrictive layer.
And will you be preparing an operations and maintenance manual for the stormwater system?
We have not prepared one to date. If the board would like that as a condition of approval, I'm sure we can do that.
I think, that's the biggest concern, and from your testimony and other board's questions, have you prepare one so the church is aware of what needs to be done to maintain it, because that's not something that churches or most private entities know what they're supposed to do with their stormwater system.
Absolutely. We can prepare one.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who have questions for this witness? Okay, come forward.
Okay, it's my experience that the town will demand a permit with calculations showing that your setup will not overflow the system that exists. Have you done the calculations yet? And, are you, because once you put the system in and then try and get the permit, it's a little late.
So there would probably be a road opening permit associated with any work within the roadway itself. I believe Mrs. Tiberi would be the one that reviews the storm sewer networks within the right-of-way, and she didn't have any comments on that. One of the things to remember here is that the detention system we're proposing is actually going to contain and slowly release stormwater over time. So it should be reducing the flows from existing conditions, so that there really shouldn't be any impact from the parking lot itself. If anything, the flows to the new system would be lower.
Any other members of the audience who have questions for this witness? I just have one that can you go over the conditions, that you discussed 3 conditions, which, and one I'm not sure of.
I'm not sure of the 3. I know that
From
we
the
agreed
Boswell
to-
report?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Oh.
referenced 2, 7, and 8.
Oh, I'm sorry. In the letter.
In
My
the letter,
apologies.
from the letter.
Yeah, so it was numbers 2, 7, and 8. So that was, number 2 was Ms. Tiberi said that stormwater management
Wait,
control has
wait,
been satisfactorily
She was
addressed.
good with it.
Number 7 was obtaining a soil erosion and
Yeah, and it's
certification.
8, I'm not,
And number 8, she says the limits of the depressed curb by the proposed paver area and handicap parking are not consistent between the architectural plans and engineering grading plan. We will coordinate that between the 2 drawings, of course.
All right. I would then proceed to call Reverend Mannell.
Reverend, you were previously sworn in. You understand you're still under oath?
Yes, I do.
Okay, state your name and address, please.
John Mannell. My work address is 75 South Fullerton Avenue, Montclair, New Jersey.
Reverend Mannell, you testified on the first hearing date in October of this year.
I did.
I'd like to ask you to supplement your testimony relating to specific days and hours and other scheduling matters relating to the operation of Tony's Kitchen in particular. So I'd like to take it specifically, kind of one by one.
Okay.
Could you tell us how many times per week on average does a truck delivering food enter the parking lot?
Yeah. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to clarify something. So on average, we have 3 to 4 deliveries each week. So divide that over 7 days,
And at the present time, what companies or entities are regularly delivering food?
Our regular food deliveries come from the food bank, Gargiola's Produce, and Regional, which is a wholesale food supplier and fills in some of our gaps.
And how many times per week does the food bank come?
Food bank comes once a week.
And which day of the week does that happen?
They are Mondays.
And is there food distribution on Mondays?
There is not food distribution on Mondays when they deliver.
And at what time does food bank generally deliver?
Food bank
on Monday?
generally delivers between 10 and 11. They've come sometimes as early as 7 in the morning, or as late as noon, but most of our survey, our information shows that they're between 10 and 11 is the prime time.
And how many times per week does Gargiolo deliver?
Well, they have one for sure delivery every week, and then depending on what our needs are, they potentially come a second time a week. Not every week, but some weeks they do.
Is it fair to say they often come on a Tuesday?
Tuesday is their day for their regular delivery.
And is there food distribution on Tuesdays?
There is not food distribution on Tuesdays.
Okay. And can you tell me what time Gargiolo ordinarily delivers?
Yeah, their prime time is 9 o'clock in the morning. But between 8 and noon, but 9 is when the most frequent time that we've seen it.
Okay. And how many times per week does regional deliver?
And regional generally delivers once a week as well.
Okay. And what day of the week does that happen?
The regional delivery is on Friday.
And around what time does regional arrive?
So they usually come just after noon on Friday. Sometimes as early as 8, and later till later, but generally around noon.
Is it fair to say that, in general, at the present time, the maximum number of trucks delivering food on any weekday is 2?
Yeah, I mean, we occasionally have 2 deliveries on one day, and it would be very rare, but potentially possible to have more than that. Our challenge in working with suppliers is the same as everybody else. You schedule a time, you want them to come, and whether it's our unforeseen circumstances or their unforeseen circumstances, things change. But our suppliers try to stick as close to schedule as possible, and we try to keep them to that as much as possible.
And are there days when only one delivery is made?
Yeah, there's days when there's one delivery, there's days when there's no deliveries. So.
Now, you've prepared a chart of...
Yeah, I did, and Tommy, I know you did this, and I've got large copies I can share with folks, just to give, give you guys an idea. This is, while in seminary, I did not learn how to maintain a drainage system. In my previous life, I did learn how to make an Excel spreadsheet.
So we're going to mark this as Exhibit A4.
Yeah, actually, if you can zoom, I was going to zoom in if you use those controls up because I want to point that. And Sean, do you have the pointer? Okay. Thanks. All right. Let me see if I can explain things that make sense. Oops. Yeah, let me see if I can, there we go. Let me see if I can explain things that make sense in my head that may not make sense to other folks.
Can you show the top of the columns, because they're labeled, aren't they?
Yeah, the top, so the way this is set up is we did our best estimate of, if you're looking at this chart, each day of the week is one of the columns, and then each 15-minute block is there. And so what we've done with the trucks that come in, which is the first big green column is about the trucks, and so the most likely time that they come and the average length that they stay is represented by the boxes. So, for instance, we weren't talking about garbage, but the garbage trucks are on here. They generally come between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. on Tuesdays and Fridays. They stay for 5 minutes, but I only had 15-minute blocks. But they come, and the line that extends off of each box shows the general range of hours in which they might come. So to your point, Sue, the question you were asking me about our first the food bank. So that's the biggest box on the lower left. They usually come at the 10 o'clock hour. That's a fairly large delivery. They stay 45 minutes or so. They've come as early as 7, as I said, and as late as noon. On Tuesday, we have our delivery from Gargiola's. That's a smaller delivery. They stay closer to a half hour. The general time is 9 o'clock, but again, showing it as early as 8, as late as 10. In yellow, I put the not weekly deliveries. So Mooney paper comes every couple of weeks, every few weeks. The second Gargiola truck comes not every week. So I put those in yellow and the approximate times that they come. And the last one, Sue, that you were asking me about was regional, which is the lower right-hand red box. Again, about a half hour delivery. Usually afternoon, but possibly as early as 7 in the morning to as late as 2. So that's when our truck traffic is most regular in the parking lot. Again, there can be the occasional Amazon truck or something like that comes, but these are the regular ones that we were most trying to assess.
Okay, and then you have the food distribution.
Yeah, so just
The next column.
continue on, yeah, the next column, and I was really trying to figure out when when you're not going to find a spot in the parking lot because there's so much going on. And so our main food distribution times, again, starting the first day of the week, Sunday, we distribute groceries between 3 and 5, and a hot meal between 5 and 5:30. So that's the first column there. The second bigger box here, the grocery distribution that happens on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, happens from 10:30 to 12. We also do hot meals overlapping that from 11:30 to 12 on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then another hectic hour in the parking lot is on Saturday morning, the senior meals. And that's about an hour and a half from 9 to 10:30 on Saturday, where the Kiwanis pick up meals to deliver to seniors in the township. Third column of parking lot overuse are regularly scheduled gatherings. So certainly Sunday morning from call it 7:45 to 12:45, the parking lot's pretty crowded. And then Wednesday night, if I go back to church right now, there won't be a parking spot because the choir will be practicing and the lot will be full. So what I did then on the final column is sort of layer all of those busy times together. And when I did that, if those are the times that you are most unlikely to find a parking spot, what it also shows is that 88% of the time you probably could find a parking spot. But those are the biggest traffic times that we're trying to manage the safety of what goes on in the lot.
Okay, thank you. You know, when Betsy Dolan testified, I believe she said that there was food distribution happening in the afternoons on weekdays. Is that correct, or was that a mistake?
Her statement was incorrect. There is the only afternoon where we do food distribution is on Sunday.
Okay. I just had a few questions. Some of this has been covered, but I want to be sure we get these details in. Regarding the garbage, had there been a neighbor complaint about early garbage pickup at some point in time?
Yes, at some point early in the pandemic, I can't remember exactly what hours it was, but we worked with the township and they cooperated in trying to ensure that our garbage pickups happen after 7 a.m.
Okay, so the complaint was the garbage truck was coming, and
Too
this
early.
is the town garbage.
The township, yeah.
Was coming too early.
Yeah.
You worked with the town. So now it's between around 7 and 8?
7 and
that
8
the norm?
is the most usual times they come, yeah.
Okay. And about how long, I think you said the garbage truck is usually in the lot for about 5 minutes?
5 to 7 minutes, yeah.
Okay. Now, Ms. Dolan testified that recycling materials are picked up at the corner of South Fullerton and Union. Is that correct?
Well, not all of our recycling areas. So our plastic and some of our paper recycling goes out to the corner of Union and South Fullerton.
Okay. And how about cardboard?
Cardboard. We have been taking actually all of our cardboard, but certainly the overwhelming majority of our corrugated cardboard. We've been loading it up in one of our vans, and on Saturday taking it to the Township Recycling Center
Now,
to keep it off the street.
okay. After the pandemic struck in 2020, Tony's Kitchen began distributing prepared meals and groceries outside on the parking lot. Is that right?
Yes.
And
I mean, at the height of the pandemic, we were distributing the food outdoors because the CDC guidance was they didn't think anybody should do anything indoors, and we continued that practice sort of because of space limitations that we've had since then.
at the present time, where are groceries and prepared meals being distributed?
So, as we continually evolve our operation, one of the things that we moved to last month is we now do most of our grocery distribution actually in the church, in the sanctuary. And the hot meals, since the CDC guidance has been relaxed, we now do offer our hot meals in the assembly hall, so our guests have a place to sit down.
Okay, and so for those who might not know the term, when you say sanctuary,
Yeah.
are you talking about the church with pews and
The church with the pews,
altar
the
and all
church
that?
and the pews and the candles and all the good stuff.
Okay, and the assembly?
The assembly hall,
Just
hall.
briefly
Yeah,
tell
yeah,
us
the
what that
assembly
is.
hall's a big, roughly 2,000 square foot, a space on South Fullerton, located between the church and the rectory at 75 South Fullerton.
And to the extent you haven't already, could you say why you brought the
Well, yeah,
distribution
yeah,
indoors?
a couple things. I mean, one, it's cold. Both for our guests who are waiting outside and for our volunteers. So it was we looked for a place to try to move that indoors, and it also sort of served to balance the traffic flow a little bit and moving more of it to sort of South Fullerton off of Union.
And is your expectation, once the undercroft is completed, to have food distribution and grocery distribution indoors? Is that your expectation?
Yeah, it is definitely our expectation that we'll do it indoors, whether we continue it in the church. We're not entirely sure how we're going to utilize the new space that we're building out on the undercroft, but at the very least, that will give us back some of the spaces in the parish office building that we've been using for food storage, so those could potentially be places for distribution as well.
Is it fair to say that there, at present, is no plan to distribute food outdoors in the parking lot in the future?
There is no plan to continue that, although on occasion, no plan to do that regularly, although on occasion it is certainly possible that it could happen depending on conflicts of schedule and things like that, but not
There's an
regularly.
example this week, right?
Example this
Would
week,
you
yeah.
describe
Yeah.
what that is?
There's a movie shoot going on this week, and so that's going to block up some other space.
Okay. Have you given consideration to the board's request or suggestion that the church identify one or more conditions it would accept were the board to grant this application?
Yeah, we've given a lot of thought to what conditions would be important to making this project work best for everybody. Now, again, I'm not particularly clear on what's a condition versus an evolving operational process, but we certainly have given a lot of thought to it.
Are there challenges in this process?
It's a piece of cakes. No, as I said, we are continually evolving our operation, and one of my biggest concerns is establishing a condition that would get in the way of a new process that we develop that could potentially benefit us and the neighborhood. As I've noted, and as I noted in October, I think our operation has changed a lot in the last 3 years, and I see the next year with the new physical changes because of the Undercroft project as being equally transformational in the way we do our work. We are so grateful to our neighbors who have provided feedback to help our operations run more smoothly while trying to minimize the impact of things. And we've gotten feedback on this project, which has helped us redesign the dumpster enclosure and the planting scheme to make it work better for other folks involved. Previously, we've responded to concerns from the neighbors, as I mentioned in October, including reorienting the refrigeration units that are temporarily in the parking lot, taking the loud green carts out of operation, and working with our suppliers to kind of come up with delivery times that don't conflict with other things going on. As a church, we will continue to respond to our neighbors and our neighbors in need. As we've done at this site for more than 130 years at this point. As you know, one of the roles that church plays in society is serving those in need. So we have 40,000 square feet of usable space at St. Luke's, and we will continually look for ways to how we can best serve the community with the resources at our disposal. As we said before, this project is not about expanding the scope of our work. It's about making our operations safer, prettier, less impactful on the community, less impactful on the sewer system. And I've heard the concerns that our neighbors, as have you, and they're legitimate. And as I said in October, we don't like the way our parking lot works right now. It's not ideal. And this is an opportunity, we think, to make some improvements. We're certainly, in this, we're certainly not going to solve all of the traffic problems in Montclair, but as Betsy Dolan testified, this certainly will make what's going on now better.
Despite the challenges, have you formulated some conditions that you feel could be helpful and that the church could accept?
Yes, yeah, we have, and we've got a.
Before you go through
yeah.
that, I do have a handout where where they're typed up so that you can see them.
Yeah, this.
But we can also, I'd also like to have testimony about it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Why don't you go through them in the testimony also so that everybody who's
Yeah.
here can hear
Yeah,
them?
I mean, we've worked to develop these conditions that we think will improve the safety. So one.
Let me just
the
interrupt
applicant-
you a second. I think we should mark this as an exhibit.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think
Oh,
we're
yeah,
up-
sure.
We're up to
Sorry.
A5.
Yeah. So do you want me to just
Sure.
go through?
Why don't
Yeah.
you go through
Sure.
them?
So one, the applicant will continue to work with the Township of Montclair to minimize the impact of garbage disposal by not allowing refuse pickups before 7 a.m. Pretty clear on that. The applicant will not accept food deliveries from large 18-wheel semi-trucks, because what that does. The applicant will use their best efforts in good faith to schedule and receive food deliveries on days and times where there's not food distribution in the parking lot. The applicant will require all volunteers without mobility issues to utilize street parking while serving at peak hours of Tony's Kitchen. The applicant will work with the Montclair Police Department to develop training materials for our parking lot attendants. The applicant will amend the sexton, that's our janitor, will amend that job description and job responsibilities to, I'm gonna get the language, to ensure the doors of the dumpster enclosure are shut when not in use and also at the end of the day.
Could I stop you?
Oh,
Does
yeah.
that create additional hours for him?
No, it shouldn't create, I mean, it's part of the checklist of things at the end of the day. You know, it's lock this door, make sure that door's closed, that kind of thing, so it will not add hours
Okay.
to the thing. And the maintenance throughout the days will be part of the routine schedule. The next one, the applicant will work with the Township of Montclair to mark the legal no parking zones on either side of the driveway. I think Mr. Church is responding to one of the concerns you raised last week or last session.
Has any contact begun on that?
Yeah,
subject?
actually, we've reached out to Janice Talley, and she's put us in touch with the people to start to make it happen. So we are in communication about doing that
Thank
now.
you.
Yeah.
All right.
The applicant will block off one side of the parking lot during the Saturday morning senior meal deliveries from 9 to 10:15 to allow better flow until such time as the parking lot has been widened to better accommodate. The applicant will work to maximize off-site composting to limit the amount of food waste that goes into the dumpster. The applicant will continue to bring significant amounts of corrugated cardboard directly to the township recycling center to minimize what goes on the curb. And the applicant will develop a safety plan for the construction phase of this project. So those are all.
I think it was at the last hearing. There were questions about development of a safety plan
Yeah.
during construction. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what you've done to figure
Yeah.
out whether that could be done at the present time?
Well, we've talked with the architect, and we've talked with the contractor that has done most of our on-site work, and they're completely amenable to setting up one of these plans. But until we have finalized architectural drawings, which are dependent on this meeting, they don't have a plan from which to operate. So as soon as we develop our construction plan, the safety plan will be done with that. But they considered it premature to do a detailed plan at this point.
I have one more little detailed question. You mentioned the green carts.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Oh, so one of the carts that we use to sort of transfer food on site they're called U-boats because they're shaped like a U. And we had green ones that were apparently fairly loud, and we took those all out of service, I think sometime in July.
And
Replaced them with other carts.
Are there other carts of a different color?
There are gray carts that we did have one instance where a wheel broke on one of them and it was excessively loud, but the carts, most of the carts that we've purchased in the last few months all have pneumatic tires, so they're quieter, and certainly having a smoothly paved parking lot would help, I'm sure, as well.
I believe I have no further questions.
Hey, Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Reverend Mannell. Just a couple of questions for you. They may not be in logical order, but
Not a problem. I hope.
so I think, in part, I think you've answered this question, but I want to make sure that I'm clear in terms of my own thinking. So the hot meals, you said that there are 2 times that those are provided on Sunday evenings.
Sunday evenings at 5 p.m.
To 5:30?
And can yell and correct me if you're wrong, that's great. And then 11:30 to 12 on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Right. So these hot meals, these are all packaged meals, and people take them and leave, or they consume them on site?
Yes.
Both?
We're Episcopalian, so we believe in both and, yes. So
Okay.
they are packaged meals, so if they want to leave with them, they can, but we also now are providing a place for them to stay when it's cold or inclement weather, or they want the community.
And on the basis of what you've placed in your chart, then that is all to be accomplished within a half an hour?
The distribution that takes place with
And consumption, and, I mean, all of that activity is all within 30 minutes,
sometimes the consumption extends beyond that if they're in the assembly hall.
Yeah.
But what we've stated is that's our distribution time, so
Right.
we don't want somebody coming at 12:15.
You're discouraging people lingering,
Yeah,
but-
and that's try
But you have
to-
a window that you're working with.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Then, last time, in the last hearing, I think I may have been the one that raised a question about Tony's Closet.
Yeah.
Because there hasn't really been a lot of reference to Tony's Closet during this whole process. And can you just say some words about Tony's Closet and how it works, and how do they sort of fit into the schedule of movement activity, use of the parking lot, and et cetera?
Yeah, our Tony's Closet hours, gosh, I don't have them right with me, but I can pull them up. Should I pull them up? The thing about Tony's Closet is we can go an hour with nobody in the shop, or because we're serving meals, which is one of the things, the folks that are waiting to get food or waiting to pick up, we've tried to have some hours open to accommodate that. So yes, the closet has an impact on traffic, but not in the same way these other pieces do, because we just don't have the same number of people in the same concentrated time.
Okay. But you do have a pretty substantial inventory of goods within Tony's Closet. So is there any kind of a routine in terms of how those goods are delivered to Tony's Closet to be available to the public, or?
Yeah, I mean, so what we have are the hours that we prefer to receive the donations are the hours that we're open and have people on site. And so we have a process in place where we gather them up the front door and then collect them in a sorting room. So again, it varies. We can have nothing come for days, or 5 people show up one day, and spend 5 minutes dropping off a couple bags of things.
So,
and those are usually pretty short visits,
Right.
Because they've got stuff packaged and it's like, here.
right. So these are all individuals
Yeah.
that would be delivering. We're not talking about additional vans
No.
or trucks or anything like that.
No. Our inventory for that all is donation based.
Along the theme of traffic.
Yeah.
So it appears from, again, your chart that the choir meetings on Wednesday evening is the latest activity, and that's like around 9 o'clock. So do we assume that the parking lot is fairly dormant after 9 o'clock regularly?
Oh, yeah, it's usually pretty dormant. I mean, we've had fewer on-site meetings in the last 3 years, and more of our regular evening meetings have stayed on Zoom for convenience. But that is the latest regularly scheduled piece right now. And quite frankly, the only thing that is regularly scheduled on-site even after 5 p.m. at this point.
Okay, so.
I could be wrong, but.
Vestry?
I don't, Vestry, that is virtual. I'm looking at my parish administrator just to confirm that I have not misspoken. So again, there can be one-off meeting. Again, this is regularly scheduled. You know, we could have a special meeting to talk about X, Y, Z, and that could happen. But we don't have anything scheduled every week in the evening.
So for the most part then, in terms of activity related to the parking lot that would be a concern to the neighborhood would really tend to fall during regular business hours for the most part.
Yeah, and actually in the morning. If you again looking at this chart, between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. It's pretty bustling, and again, my office is right on the parking lot, so I see it. And most afternoons, it's mostly it's more empty than full would be my assessment of it.
So there really isn't an unusual pattern that would be a disturbance to the neighborhood. I mean, meaning we're not talking about late hours in which there's a lot of movement. I mean, you had the one early garbage disposal concern that you've addressed, but outside of that, everything else generally falls within when most people would assume that business is being conducted, when
that's our objective.
A facility of this size would be busy and et cetera.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you mentioned that the custodian would be trained to deal with ensuring that the dumpster is appropriately closed. I appreciate that, but in the previous testimony, we were talking about this, the stormwater system, these pipes. So who in your plan would be responsible for the maintenance of that system?
So a monthly system, certainly as Sean testified, after every rainstorm, the visual inspection to make sure that there's no plug. But our parish administrator maintains a regular list of the required maintenance, whether it's our fire alarm system, the sprinkler system, the various other systems, and so this would be layered in on that. And when the tickler comes up, then we would do the the annual or biannual cleanup, depending on what the recommendation is.
But I guess if I'm understanding correctly, the administrator then will take the responsibility to make sure that after every rain storm, somebody will actually take a look at the system and make sure that there's no.
Yeah, the parish administrator, the section reports the parish administrator. So one, it'll basically we'd like to train them so they would know that after a rainstorm, one of the things to do is check this. But then the backstop would be the parish administrator, and then the parish administrator would do the scheduling of the big cleanup, the big annual, biannual cleanup, depending on what's recommended.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore?
Sure. Given that it looks like you'll have a good amount of grocery distribution, remind me again, you taken into account smells, right? So like that's where the food may be like decomposing and all that regarding the garbage disposal. Have you taken that into consideration so it does not?
Yeah, I mean, our composting plan that we're doing right now is the main way that we're addressing that, to try to minimize the amount of garbage that ends up in the dumpster. And so we either freeze our composting things until it's time to take it, or store it inside somewhere else. So most of what we be the most potentially stinky garbage, is we've tried to remove as much of that as possible from the system.
Okay. And regarding like expansion that you're doing, does your church ever provide any emergency shelters, or would you be looking to do that?
We do not provide emergency overnight shelter. That's currently done by MESH, Montclair Emergency Services for the Homeless, at one of the Baptist churches in town. The closest thing we have to that is we call it Coffee and Company, sort of a warming center in the winter hours, just from 3 to 5 o'clock in the weekday afternoons. And we get, 15 people who will come and have just a place to be warm. That's the closest to shelter that we're providing.
Okay. So I am certainly, I do a lot of community service as well, right? So keeping in mind that there's also a lot of grocery distribution, and you're providing potential conditions, is there any plan set in place, let's say if people stay around and or overnight in the area, anything that, to kind of make sure that the area, just maintains?
One of the things when
And I say that with compassion.
Yeah,
because
no,
I'm all
I know, I
about,
understand.
Right,
And
giving
it's-
back
and
and
it's-
doing
it's-
all of that.
It is an ongoing challenge with some of the population that we serve, and one of the things that we try to do is when new people come up, 'cause I'm often the first person there in the morning, and so I will, or sometimes the last person there at night. And so when I encounter these people, I talk to them, I try to get them in places where they can have proper shelter. I mean, our objective with that is not to find them a place to stay, but to find them a place that they can stay.
Mhm.
And so what we try to facilitate that as best we can when we encounter folks that are homeless.
Okay, just asking, 'cause it seems
Yeah,
like,
no.
this will
Yeah.
be an increased amount of grocery distribution. So,
Well, again, this is not about increasing the amount of grocery distribution. This project, so this is sort of maintaining what we're doing now.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Simon?
Yeah, before I ask, what is addressed in the proposed safety plan? Like what areas? What top? Basically, my question is, you say safety plan, but
Yeah.
what is the plan for deliveries during the construction phase? What is the plan for the
Again-
general traffic flow?
Yeah, no, this is until we have the finalized architectural drawings, and then working with, then bid those out to a contractor, and then the contractor's plan, is the parking lot gonna be torn up for 2 days, 2 weeks, or 2 months? We don't know.
But I mean, it's going to be torn up.
Yeah,
So-
we know,
so-
yeah.
So
Well,
where do you expect the trucks to go while they're delivering?
So,
And this is more, I'm not beating you up, this is more to
Yeah.
kind of calm the neighbors who already have issues with the deliveries. And if the trucks are gonna be parked on the street during that time, just so that there's an expectation
Yeah.
of what's gonna happen during the month or so that the lot is being torn up.
Yeah, there is certainly, there's the potential for having to take deliveries on the street for the brief period of time that the lot is torn up. That exists. We have also considered, and again, have to see how our new space works out, but we have more space. So if we know this is going to happen, do we take a double shipment of non-perishables from the food bank? And we did something like this before Christmas to try to compact things and to try to get more than we can easily handle, but can handle on site, so there are fewer distributions during that time period. So those are some of the things that we have already discussed. We haven't gotten into the fine details, because we don't know exactly what time it's going to be.
Okay, so those are the things that I think should be in that plan?
Yeah,
With-
oh,
with
absolutely,
also.
yeah, absolutely. That's the biggest concern that we want to address in it is one, how do we receive deliveries during construction, and how do we manage the folks that are coming on site, whether they're coming to church, choir practice, or to get food. You know, where do they go that keeps them away from the construction?
Right, that's all, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Church?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my understanding that you're in the process of constructing an indoor eating area in the Undercroft. What's going on down there?
So what the Undercroft area that we're building out in the church is going to be primarily a storage space. And because right now, since the pandemic began, we've stored food in the parking lot in the 2 refrigeration units, which are moving into which the equivalent of will be moving into the Undercroft. And then the dining room that we used for 38 years of Tony's 40 years is filled with food. That will move to the Undercroft.
Okay, so the Undercroft will become a storage area.
The Undercroft is
Okay.
primarily a storage area.
And once that becomes the storage area, the spaces that are created by the removal of the things that you're putting in there becomes what?
So the three areas that we expect to get back are, one of them we call the Davis Room, which is our larger conference room. That will return to a conference room status. The conference room, which is our smaller conference room, that will probably end up becoming office space. The dining room will return to a dining room. And so right now, while we offer our meals to our guests indoors in the assembly hall, we will likely move that back down so that it's closer to the kitchen.
That, you will utilize the dining room
We will
then?
use the dining room instead of
So the expectation that there'll be people eating meals in the parking lot is reduced?
Oh, dramatically, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
just so that we get it on the record.
Yes, yes.
It's reduced.
Yes, absolutely.
So that the possibility of foodstuffs, food containers, whatever, are not going to be strewn up and down Union Street or anywhere else.
It should dramatically reduce it. I mean,
All of that will be accommodated inside the dining room through pickup and so forth.
yeah, absolutely. And you know, the other piece of it too is we will likely return back to a model for our sit-down meals more like what we were doing before the pandemic. In which case, we actually serve them on plastic, non-disposable plates. You know, and so most of the food that they got to eat right there was plates and silverware and things like that.
And that dining room is going to be able to accommodate how many people at one sitting?
80 people at one sitting, and that's we've
And you don't reach that all the time?
we sometimes our Christmas meal,
All right.
our Christmas Day meal.
And holiday meals, Easter, so forth?
Christmas actually are usually our biggest
Okay.
blowout meal, but most days it's been able to accommodate.
Okay, thank you, Reverend.
Thank you.
Mr. Caulfield?
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Reverend. Can Tony's Kitchen outgrow its space, do you think?
Can it outgrow its space?
Yeah, in the church, like its growth in a sense.
If we were to expand into, if we were, say, wanted to feed all of Newark, yes, it's potential that the physical space at St. Luke's would not be enough to do something like that, which is part of the reason when we developed our strategic plan a couple of years ago, we became we really narrowed, you know, because at the beginning of the pandemic, everybody said, oh, you've got food, and we were all scattershot, and we really defined it down, and we want to end food insecurity in Montclair, Bloomfield, and West Orange in 3 to 5 years. And so we have that narrow scope. I don't anticipate the services to that strategy outgrowing the space that we have now.
Did you think or just throw out the idea of maybe getting another place to do this?
Yeah, oh,
Did you explore those aspects
Yeah, and
of
we
it?
actually had a really interesting experiment with it right at the beginning of the pandemic, because Tony's Closet's first iteration was in Bloomfield,
Okay.
at an offsite place. And, you know, the cost of renting space, the disconnection from the other parts of the ministry, all were problematic. And so, if we were to do something dramatically differently, we would need more different space than we have right now. But for the strategic plan that we have laid out, and even the small pieces of it, the space should accommodate that well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just following up on that comment about the strategic plan. So how often do you revise the plan, or is that now set in stone, or are you planning to evolve?
No, so our amazing executive director, Ann Mernon, has already sent out to our advisory committee the plan to review our strategic work in, I think, is it October? Ann, I can't remember what month it is, but like any good strategic plan, at least an annual review of is this still the right thing for us? Are we still meeting the needs? Will occur. And again, as with any organization, I would guess in 3 to 5 years, we'll probably have to have a bigger meeting to really reevaluate what that looks like.
But as far as you can tell today, there is no plan to expand the operations or to significantly change.
There is no plan to exponentially expand what we're doing. There are no plans to expand beyond the geographies that we've identified.
Okay. The other question is regarding the stormwater management, I guess inspections. Would you be against adding that to the list of?
No, I was like, can I write this on 10 copies before? No, yeah, absolutely. As the chair pointed out, seminary education does not include stormwater management.
And I guess the last question is regarding the spreadsheet that you prepared. I noticed that on Fridays, regional potentially can deliver at the same time the grocery distribution.
Yeah.
Is there any chance that you can change that schedule, or is that
We
schedule?
are continuing to work with them to try to make sure those deliveries do not occur during that time period. And as I said with all of them, we schedule a delivery time, and then there can be some flexibility, but I'm more than amenable to continue to work with them to ensure that there are no food deliveries when we're doing food distribution in the parking lot.
All right, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, let me go through your conditions, and then we'll go through my conditions. Okay, I'm not sure. The wording of your first one dealing with the garbage disposal, so I'm not sure how you say you're not allowing the refuse. I may play with the wording there. I want you to work with the township, and I'm not altogether sure what they were doing in, I think, the early days of the pandemic, when suddenly they started to appear, not just at your church, but my house, much earlier than they ever did, which required my changing how I was handling when garbage was put out. But they seem to have returned to more normal. And
Yeah.
I am fascinated, as I think I indicated before, that they're consistent when they arrive at your church, because they're not consistent when they arrive on my street. But on the tractor trailers, the testimony from Ms. Dolan and her little exhibits said the largest trucks would be SU-40s. Would you have a problem if we modified that so there'd be no trucks larger than SU-40s doing deliveries?
I'm amenable to that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we just, Mr. Vieira just went over the distribution. I think I might word that a little more strongly, but I think it's an issue. There's a difference between when you schedule them and their truck gets stuck in traffic, it broke down, they have to do, we understand that, but that's different from when you schedule them versus sometimes reality. Okay, the fourth one on having volunteers park on the street, that's no issue. One thing, the police training, parking lot attendants, is there always someone, at least one person in the parking lot when you're having food distribution? When do you have?
There is usually somebody there, not always. And again, peak times, and sometimes if we're changing processes and need to sort of train people to do it differently, we focus on it more.
Okay, your seventh one, that you'll work with the township to mark legal no parking zones on either side of the driveway. Would you have a problem expanding that to your neighbor's driveway? I think it'd work on that stretch of Union from
Yeah.
Prospect Terrace.
Yes. Yeah,
There aren't a lot of driveways, but when I've been there, when there's distribution, that frequently cars are not parked
Yeah.
conducive to people getting into or out of their driveways.
Yeah, and I think as we continue to work with the township, we can identify where that best needs to be done. Yeah.
Okay, I have no problem with your eighth one, but I'm not sure how that's going to work out. Okay, your ninth one, I just want to clarify. My understanding from your original testimony is all composting is done off-site, and what this is dealing with is it's not a perfect world, and not every scrap of food waste can be brought to composting, and some will end up in the garbage, and you're minimizing that is what this is. Okay, so I'm just going to add all composting is done off-site, and then to this, so it's clear. It's not that you're maximizing, that there's some on-site composting going on.
Well, there is no on-site composting going on.
Right.
If it is, yeah, okay.
You said there was, and I have this funny idea about having conditions, so if you suddenly change your mind, the township can say, no, you can't.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm okay on the cardboard. And the safety plan, I want you to submit it to the planning office so they know what's going on, because I suspect you're going to have some upset neighbors, because there's going to be, I think, a longer period than you think where the driveway's not going to be usable.
A construction project extending beyond what was planned?
Yes, okay, you recognize that reality, okay. I just, it's going to be very different when the
Yes.
parking lot's not available, and then after they pave it, they're going to tell you, don't use it for a while to let it settle, or whatever the hell
Yeah.
pavement does, and, okay, now, moving on. Okay. The planner's report recommended that during peak hours, the two Tony's Kitchen delivery vans should be parked in
The no parking in front of the dumpster.
Yes.
Yeah, dumpster enclosure.
Okay. Also want to include that the lighting will comply with the ordinance, which I think Mr. Bangs testified to. Okay, and then I guess distribution in the parking lot. Okay, let's go, there's a movie shoot going on. I assume no one came with a gun and said you have to have this movie shoot,
No.
that they came. Let me do my problem and explain where I'm coming
Yeah.
from is, I don't want to leave this open so you suddenly, whatever happens, and more frequently than one movie shoot, and suddenly you're back to distributing in the parking lot. How horrible will it be if I say no food distribution in the parking lot?
That would be difficult because there will sometimes when we've had at the beginning of a vacation period, it's just easier to do a quick distribution in the parking lot rather than a sit-down meal. you know, if we, there, you know, there are times in the month of August when our volunteer numbers are really low, and we simplify the meal, and sometimes rather than, and again, even this in the before times, rather than a sit-down meal, I think it would be untenable to say that we would never distribute food in the parking lot, but we certainly want to minimize it, and it's not as accommodating, it's not as gracious, it's not as practical, so it certainly wouldn't be the norm, but I'd be hesitant, Mr. Chair, about saying never.
You testified both initially, I'm contemplating as to if it occurs, what would be the expected frequency of that?
Yeah, my counselor suggests, except for exceptional circumstances, as language of when we will do it. Because, you know, if we said once a week, but we had a 1 week period in August where we had no volunteers and the best we could do is offer, you know, then we do it for 5 days there, but then we might not do it again for 3 months. So that's why I'm wrestling with it. I'm sorry if I'm being difficult.
And would you have an objection to notifying your neighbors in advance when that was occurring?
Oh, no, we could do that. Yeah.
Okay. And you testified both initially and tonight that you were limiting it to Montclair, Bloomfield, and West Orange, and do you have a problem with the condition doing that?
The problem with that becomes, again, some of our exceptional one-time need things that pop up. If, you know, for instance, one of my colleagues at his church down in Newark said, "We've got a big problem, can you do something?" And we've brought food, you know, we've brought food to them, we brought food to Verona to help Jerry Rassio, you know, other colleagues. And again, very exceptional basis. So I don't want to say that we will never give any food beyond that.
Okay, let me, so in that situation, are you bringing food to them?
Yes.
And in terms of people coming when you have food distribution, if someone walks in from Glen Ridge, since it's kind of being surrounded by the towns you're doing, do you throw them out, or do you even ask questions?
Yeah, well, yeah, we ask questions. We have developed a registration process for our grocery distribution, and to one, ensure that people don't come more, to try to ensure that people don't come more than once a week, so they're not, you know, coming 5 days and creating that much more traffic. And when we encounter guests from other communities, we try to direct them to food services in their communities.
The
Say that.
Yeah, and I mean, we ask them where they live.
and I assume you would serve them that one time, but
Yes.
then say, go to XYZ is, you know, one closer to you, and they
Yes.
provide the
Yeah.
service in your community.
Suppose they come back.
Probably do the same thing again. So-
Yeah, there's a part of me, if you had not testified to that, that would not have said limited to X towns.
Yeah.
On the other hand, there's a part of me that's very concerned in terms of Tony's Kitchen has grown exponentially over time, particularly with the pandemic, but even if you look back 20, 30 years ago and to what it was pre-pandemic, and it clearly has had a negative impact on the neighbors, and I don't want to get to a position where that we have another exponential growth, and I'm struggling with how best to do that. But I'll keep processing that and maybe come up with something, and maybe you'll find it acceptable. Refrigerator units in the parking lot. There's a limit to how long I'm willing to tolerate their remaining, and I understand once the, is there a time limit you could live on that they have to be gone?
So right now, our expected delivery date of the new units is February 14th. I'm sure there'll be some installation after that, and the time to set it up. I also don't know, barring unforeseen delivery expectations, I would say, by June 1st.
Okay, so if I say June 30th, which is what
Yeah.
you just wrote down there, and, I mean, because part of that is you can't do the other improvements, or a lot of the other improvements, until they move,
Right.
and,
Chair, Mr. Chair, I've got the bishop coming April 30th, so I need to get those out of the lot. So.
okay. Okay, I think I've covered everything that affects your life beyond normal conditions. Oh, the other dilemma I have is the trash enclosure and the fan. And there was testimony from Mr. Bangs as to you could control the time of that, and that it's quieter than a condenser, but condensers are very loud, and usually we try and put those, when they have to come in for a variance, as far away from the neighbors. And so I don't have a sense of how loud not very loud is, and I'm torn between the more we limit the fan, the more likely odors are going to build up, and I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on that? As I guess how
As you mentioned it, so I'm sort of thinking about it. The concerns with noise are feel like they'd be more prominent, and I'm thinking out loud here, so my lawyer might beat me up. The concerns about noise are probably more at night. The concerns about smell are during the day, if people would be outside in their yard. Do we limit the fan running to daylight hours, and is that a possibility? I don't know. Looking at my architect.
Yeah, I think,
Something like
I mean,
that?
I'm thinking, I mean, and it's really just your one neighbor to the east
Yeah.
that it's going to be in a position to hear it, or smell it.
Yeah.
You might smell it too, but the neighbor is the issue. And I think the only issue I would have with daytime hours is, there you are, June 20th, 21st, and the sun is waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning,
Yeah.
which probably no one wants to hear a fan then.
Or okay, so
Yeah, okay, I can go from there,
put
okay?
we can put numbers. We can put numbers on it. We could say 8 to 8 or.
Yeah, okay. Might be even, okay. Okay. Yeah, Mr. McCulloch?
Just along the same line, when you made reference to lighting, when the new trash enclosure facility is built, that'll elongate that area that runs between, I guess, your office complex and the neighbor and the fence. I don't know if it's your fence or the neighbor's fence.
Yeah.
Have you considered any kind of lighting or something that discourages vagrancy in that area?
Well, yeah, the main piece, part of the design of this was to try to discourage people from being like that. That's one of the reasons we put it next to the building instead of separate and left a gap. And what I would anticipate doing is, right now, there's about a 4 or 5, maybe 6 foot wide
path between the fence line and our building. And several years ago, I built a fence at the end so it was not accessible. I would anticipate moving that accessibility cutoff point to being parallel with the north edge of the dumpster enclosure.
Right. And so is there a similar fence on the south end? I mean, what prevents people from, I know
So the south end of the building,
yeah, because, I mean.
there is not on the south end of the building. And part of it, we actually did put one up temporarily when we had somebody who was trying to live back there, trying to
Exactly,
spend too much time.
that's really what I'm addressing.
Yeah, and so we could put another one up, but to get to the south end, you've got to walk down the driveway between
The rectory and the building, right.
Yeah, there is much less traffic, and if it's not a flow through, people feel trapped there. So since that one person has moved on, we have taken down that temporary fence and have not had any issues back there. And one of our amazing parishioners who has worked on really cleaning up the vegetation back there too, to make it less inviting.
I just think it would be, I think it would be helpful if there was some kind of low lighting just in that area, just so.
Interesting, I think there's some lights on the building. The challenge with that is we put lighting there. If we put lighting there, how much does it shine in the back windows of the neighbors that are right there?
Right, well, when I made reference to low, I also, not only the lumens, but actually positioning lower.
Yeah, low
So just so it would discourage, the fact that there is any lighting there itself would discourage anyone from deciding to hang
Yeah.
out there and therefore.
Yeah,
Potential.
I'd be amenable to putting low voltage lighting along that back, just
something there.
just so it's not as.
Just to discourage, because it's a lengthy area, it essentially becomes an alley.
Yeah.
Not an unintended alleyway.
Yeah.
And people are creative and people do find ways to hang out in places where they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Might we have Mr. Banks respond to that question? I think it would be helpful to do it that
Sure.
way.
You were previously sworn in, you're still under oath, you understand that?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address, please.
Jackson Bangs, 8 Hillside Avenue, Suite 208. We certainly could have low-level lighting there, but that close to the property line and in proximity to so many neighbors' backyards, I'd be concerned that there'd just inevitably be a glow that would emanate from it that would be disturbing, especially if we ran it all night, which we would need to do to accomplish that purpose.
I'd rather build, what if we do put another physical barrier at the other end?
That would be, I think that would be fine, something that would,
Yeah.
again, deter
Yeah.
the presence of people there
Yeah.
after hours, because obviously,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, we're trying to avoid any kind of activity that would be of concern to the neighbors.
Yeah.
And so, just in response to the lighting, I mean, you would have the option of either putting the lighting on the side of the building itself or on the side of the fence, so that the glow is coming towards the building. But I won't debate that part of it, but the main thing is creating the deterrence. And
Yeah.
that's why I raised the question, is there a fence on the
I think
south end also?
Yeah.
A physical barrier
Right.
might be more.
It doesn't have to be
amenable
barbed
the-
wire. It's just, just something that discourages, it says to people, no, you're not supposed to be back
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, that's easy enough to do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the board? Okay, are there any members of the audience who have questions for this witness? Mr. Muller.
Just state your name and address, please.
Scott Muller, 57 Union Street. Mr. Mannell, am I pronouncing that correctly? How many pounds of food do you receive and store in 1 week?
I don't know.
How many meals do you serve on site in 1 day?
How many sit-down meals do we serve?
Yes.
And depends on the day of the week. I don't have those statistics at hand.
Do you know how many individual cars visit the lot in a given day for groceries
do
or
not.
meals? My final question, how are you measuring the level of food insecurity in the area, and how are you evaluating your success?
We are not measuring food insecurity, but the state of New Jersey put out a report identifying there are roughly 650,000 people in the state of New Jersey who have food insecurity. And I believe they highlighted Essex County as one of the places, and that's the piece we're trying to address.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Are there any other members of the audience who have questions for this witness? Okay. Ms. Singer, do you have any further witnesses?
No, I do not.
Okay, we will take a break until 9:25, and then it will be time for the objectors to go. And Mr. Mueller, you want to make sure you're all set up and ready to...
You said objectors?
That's legally what you're called.
Well,
Okay,
I'm in favor of approval of the
Mr. Mueller, we're not going to debate that. Get set up and be ready to go. Legally, that's what you're classified as.
I have a question. If we had something to say, but it's not a question for Reverend Mannell, what is the appropriate time?
It'll be when we come back for our break. It'll be... we need one board member and
I'm trying to get rid of this next slide.
Yes?
we need, we just need one board member. Tommy, you want to go see if we can round him up?
Mr. Moore. I'm sorry.
Are there any members of the public who have any testimony or comments concerning the application? Once Mr. Muller gives his presentation, if you could start coming up sequentially and make your comments. Mr. Muller, you want to state your name and address
Let me
for the
just, would you
record?
raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth of the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
State your name and address.
My name is Scott Muller. My address is 57 Union Street in Montclair.
Okay, go.
Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. I'm not here to dispute St. Luke's beliefs or the nobility of their intentions, but they have made some choices based upon those beliefs that have resulted in unlawful activities that negatively affect me and my neighbors. I've neither seen nor heard any evidence to suggest that their development plans will substantively rectify the nuisances they have created. The fact that there are others that applaud St. Luke's efforts, or the fact that some township officials lack the will or integrity to enforce the laws being violated, neither validate St. Luke's beliefs as true fact, nor establish their conduct as lawful.
So far during this hearing process, the testimony offered has been little more than hearsay and specious interpretations of our laws. I hope to address as much of this as possible tonight. The information on the screen was taken from a report published by the Department of Agriculture last September. In 2021, they spent well over $182 billion administering 15 domestic food and nutrition assistance programs alone. Spending taxpayer money means transparency, a demonstration of how that money is used, and how the programs funded by that money are affecting the desired changes. If I'm interpreting this data correctly, in New Jersey, over the past decade, food insecurity, as defined by the USDA, has dropped by 32.5%. The rate of drop was stunted to little more than 2% over the last 3-year period from the previous 3-year period, but very low food insecurity still dropped by 13%. This is not surprising, of course, because we had a pandemic. But our government did not just sit idly by. Numerous pieces of legislation were swiftly passed, authorizing trillions of dollars to be spent by dozens of government agencies to fund vaccine development, support our healthcare system, provide financial assistance to corporations and individuals, expand unemployment benefits, provide support for our educational system, and to increase funding for programs to stem food insecurity, just to name a few. I wasn't sure if I'd find any data regarding the use of food pantries, but I looked, and sure enough, I found some. The Department of Agriculture publishes what they call a statistical supplement to each of their annual reports on food insecurity, and I've collated this data from the 3 most recent supplements to form a picture of what has happened over the course of the pandemic. It's only a statistical analysis, but it's not without merit. What I found most surprising is that the Department of Agriculture actually estimates how many food-secure households make use of food pantries. Unsurprisingly, statistically speaking, there was a sharp rise in the use of food pantries during 2020. Remarkably, though, the biggest increase in food pantry use was estimated to be by food-secure households. In 2021, there was a sharp decrease in use of food pantries in all categories. The use of pantries by food insecure households dropped back down to 30.7%, which is about 11% higher than pre-pandemic levels. Remarkably again, though, pantry use by food secure households dropped to 2.7%, but this is still 59% higher than pre-pandemic levels for that category. I'd now like to refresh very quickly a statement made by John Mannell.
And Mr. Mueller, you're going to provide the board with a copy of these documents, correct?
I'm happy to provide a copy of this presentation. All the documents I'm referencing are public record.
Well, I know, but
Yeah.
you're introducing them as part of this hearing, so you need to provide a copy to the board. So we're going to mark that
okay.
collectively as O2.
I'm happy to provide this
Yeah,
presentation.
just
to-
for the board's records.
Like most faith organizations, our free exercise of our religion goes well beyond our worship services. I do like to joke that I only work an hour a week on Sundays, but the many ministries of the church take up far more time and are just as much an expression of our faith as what we do Sunday. And you know, most houses of worship regularly support charitable ministries that give back to the broader community. Ministry is actually defined by our Book of Common Prayer, and it says that it is our duty to worship, work, pray, and give for the spread of the kingdom of God. And our boldest expression of that, of course, is our Tony's Kitchen ministry, where we follow both the example and direction of Jesus to feed those in need.
So I think Mr. Mannell's comments are exceedingly clear, and I don't think there is any dispute here. Feeding people is not against the law, and if he and his congregation feel compelled by their faith to do so, there are no obstacles preventing them from pursuing that effort. They are following the direction of Jesus to feed those in need, or more succinctly, serving the need. The need represents their religion, and serving the need exemplifies the free exercise of that religion. These are all statements of fact regarding the guiding principles of St. Luke's, with which I have no disagreement. I'm a little out of order. In fact, Mr. Mannell was interviewed by his alma mater's publication in June of last year, and he effectively stated that the pandemic was a sign from God and that he should be expanding his effort to feed people in response. Again, a proclamation of his faith. Now I'd like to quickly review Ms. Singer's remarks, which, meaning no disrespect, I've slightly accelerated for brevity.
The church has operated on its premises a food ministry called Tony's Kitchen. Over the years, the service provided by the church through this ministry grew in recognition of widespread food insecurity in our community. And with the acute onset of the pandemic in early 2020, the need and the corresponding service grew still further. This growth and the pandemic itself impacted the church's parking lot. Large refrigeration units were placed on the parking lot that had not been there and are still there now. And the dumpster, which admittedly was rather unsightly, became more so.
You'll recall that Ms. Singer's remarks originally preceded those of Mr. Mannell's, and I've intentionally reversed the order here to provide context. It's been made clear that when St. Luke's refers to serving the need or uses similar phrasing, this is a reference to feeding people as an exercise of their faith. But Ms. Singer's choice of words are deceptive. Her claims that the scope of Tony's Kitchen grew in recognition of widespread food insecurity and her insistence that the need was exacerbated by the acute onset of the pandemic are ultimately a red herring to divert attention from St. Luke's voluntary acts, which violate residential zoning and property maintenance laws. Her comments are only a recitation of St. Luke's beliefs, not substantiated statements of fact. It's a sales pitch. Tony's Kitchen did not grow uncontrollably. It grew because St. Luke's decided to pursue that growth. The pandemic itself did not directly cause refrigerated containers to appear in their parking lot, nor did it directly impact their dumpster and other conditions at their property. These are results of the religious exercise and the choices they made. So the reason I'm going through all this is, for one, I wanted to gain an objective understanding of food insecurity from an unbiased source, but also to show that all of the rhetoric about food insecurity is largely irrelevant. This is not a referendum on food insecurity or the virtues of St. Luke's charitable work. And I'm not saying that food insecurity does not exist. I'm saying it doesn't matter as far as St. Luke's application is concerned. There's no law against giving away food. St. Luke's doesn't need to justify their intentions. They can give away as much food as they like, but whether they're giving away 200 meals per week or 2 million, it matters where and how they do it. They are required to obey our laws, and this includes our master plan and local zoning laws. Statistically, food pantry use increased by roughly 50% among all households from 2019 to 2020. St. Luke's chose to increase their activity by 400%. This is a land use matter. Imagine if your next door neighbor was a wealthy, religious person that you knew was mailing $100 bills to hundreds of impoverished families each week. You might judge that person to be righteous and generous. But if that same person decided to change their strategy and simply hand $100 bills to every car that drove up to their house, there would suddenly be a mile of cars stretching down your street. I now want to spend some time looking at the credibility of St. Luke's testimony. Here's one more clip of John Mannell.
Is Tony's Kitchen a separate legal entity from the church?
No, all of the ministries that operate under the umbrella of St. Luke's are under the same single legal entity, and we operate under a 501c3 status that's held by the Diocese of Newark.
He sounds genuine. That statement was false. This is the certificate of incorporation for Tony's Kitchen. They were incorporated as a separate nonprofit corporation on January 5th, 2021. Just to make sure, I requested a business status report on December 8th. Tony's Kitchen was active as a separate corporation as of the date of John Mannell's testimony and beyond. Lie is a very strong word, and I don't want to say he intentionally lied, but bear in mind that this was not a question posed by a board member that might have been misconstrued or simply answered incorrectly. This was a carefully conceived and rehearsed performance between Mr. Mannell and Ms. Singer with no other foreseeable purpose than to deliberately convey that Tony's Kitchen is not a separate legal entity. Hopefully you are all saying to yourselves, it doesn't really matter. The corporate structure is not important. And that is true. But St. Luke's clearly believes that it is important. So why did they go out of their way to emphasize it as a true fact? The answer may lie in Mr. Mannell's focus on free exercise in the video I showed earlier. I can't say for sure what Mr. Mannell is thinking, but the message I'm hearing is that St. Luke's believes that their activities are necessarily protected by the free exercise clause. This is, of course, false, and there are numerous Supreme Court decisions to support this. I will touch on those if they're in my slides. It was originally decided in 1878, a polygamy case. The court recognized that a religious defense would allow every citizen to become a law unto themselves. And while the government could not punish citizens because of their religious beliefs, it could certainly regulate religiously motivated conduct, provided that it had a rational basis for doing so. And much more recently, in 1990, regarding a case using the ceremonial use of peyote, the court argued that to require the government to show a compelling interest enforcing generally applicable law when such law impedes on religiously motivated conduct would make a citizen's obligation to obey the law contingent upon his religious beliefs. I believe the words used by Justice Scalia, who gave the decision, would lead to anarchy. I'd also like to review the events surrounding St. Luke's previous application, which is number 2718. Under the brief description of project, St. Luke's makes it clear that they want to construct a ramp to permit access to the undercroft and use it for Tony's Kitchen. The project information on the architect's plans emphasize that the activities at Tony's Kitchen have been dramatically enlarged and that there's a critical need for more space. The meeting minutes for the hearing reference the dramatic increase in activity and memorialize that 20,000 meals per week are being distributed. It is also recorded that the Development Review Committee asked questions related to the movement of pallets of food on the proposed ramp. The subsequent resolution emphasizes, I'm sorry. I guess I'm missing the resolution, but the resolution emphasizes that the proposed ramp will improve the operation of the food pantry. I'd like to provide a reminder of the regulation regarding a minor site plan. Which states that no use or other variance may be approved. And now I'd like to bring up the requirements for a hearing notice for a development application. A notice of hearing is required to state the nature of the matters to be considered. And here's where I'm going with all this. This is the notice that was published in the Montclair Times regarding the subject application. It states the application is submitted regarding erection of a new retaining wall and regarding site improvements to provide, increase, or improve barrier-free access for persons with disabilities. I want to make sure this sinks in. Every document related to application 2718 emphasized the need for more space for Tony's Kitchen and that a ramp to the undercroft would facilitate that effort. But when it came to informing their neighbors of the hearing, St. Luke's characterized the primary purpose of their project as an effort to improve accessibility for persons with disabilities, and that is all. With all due respect to anyone living with any disability of any kind, are there a lot of people with physical disabilities lining up to volunteer at Tony's Kitchen and operate a pallet jack to move 1,200-pound pallets of food around? The Development Review Committee was more focused on the structural integrity of the ramp itself to handle the weight. I'm not incriminating the Development Review Committee, which was likely unaware of the unapproved status of the existing use. And knowing that a minor site plan does not permit the approval of a use or variance, they simply posed questions concerning the usefulness of the ramp, unaware that the notice to the public made no mention of the ramp being used to facilitate the growth of an unauthorized warehousing and distribution operation. The hearing notice that St. Luke's published in the Montclair Times effectively obfuscated their primary objective to expand the capabilities of their food pantry. Janice Talley recorded that the public was properly notified. For me, this has all the appearance of subterfuge and township complicity. Quickly touching upon application 2638, which concerns St. Luke's plans for their Tony's Closet store, Mr. Mannell testified that there would be no signs placed upon the property in connection with the new store. This is what I see every day when they open their shop. It literally takes no effort to not do something, but St. Luke's, despite their own testimony, insists on defying even the most effortless requirements of a zoning board resolution. Quickly looking at their plans for expansion. This is a data sheet for one of the two loud, unsightly refrigerated containers they've had on their lot for over 2.5 years without permission. The interior area of one of these containers is 121 square feet. I took this drawing from the Undercroft project section of St. Luke's 2022 annual report. Presuming their plans are relatively unchanged, they are installing a 211 square foot walk-in refrigerator. I don't know what the true bottlenecks are in their operation, but all things being equal, I think it's a fair conclusion that this will result in as much as a 74% increase in the amount and intensity of activity, waste generation, traffic, and so forth. This is it's been 20 years since I've used AutoCAD. This is their drawing that they provided showing their plans. And basically, if you want to improve the flow of traffic through a parking lot such as theirs and increase pedestrian safety in the process, this is how I would do it. I'd configure the lot for one-way traffic with diagonally oriented parking spaces and separate aprons, one for entry and the other for exit, right turn only. Additionally, I'd add solid pylons to protect pedestrians using the adjacent walkway. Simply widening the aisle by 4 feet may be an improvement, but only a minimal one considering the heavy traffic drawn to the premises. St. Luke's is currently using signs, barriers, and personnel to prevent traffic from entering the lot during distribution activities, unless the vehicle is making a donation or assisting with mobile pantry deliveries. This forces the majority of vehicles to park on the street, displacing available parking for bona fide residents and their visitors. It also causes extreme traffic congestion. Our zoning laws are straightforward. St. Luke's is in a residential zone. It is unlawful to run a commercial-scale warehousing and distribution operation in this zone. It is unlawful to keep and use commercial-type equipment in this zone. It is unlawful to run a business, for profit or not, that attracts excessive traffic for which the roadway is not designated. Section 347 is not complicated. The development application is complicated because the church is already breaking the law. The non-conforming use they seek to expand is not that of the church, but that of the non-accessory use as a food pantry. Their massive increase in activity has led to the use of the outdoor refrigerated containers, commercial panel vans, traffic cones, pallet jacks, additional signage, and so forth. Each week, tens of thousands of pounds of food and other supplies are delivered by multiple loud, polluting box trucks. This is warehoused on site and repackaged as groceries or prepared meals for visitors. It is virtually indistinguishable from commercial scale operations such as meal delivery service, grocery store, or farmer's market. All of this brazenly violates the use regulations for a residential zone, and this is probably why they are now asking for a variance as an inherently beneficial use, which I will address in a moment. I've prepared a video. I edited it today. It's approximately 12 minutes long, and it shows some of the activity that I've recorded. That's the cart in the background.
Can we have the date and time and who took this picture? And
Is it, the last video that you showed that was marked as Exhibit 01, that had a timestamp on it. I can't see what's in that. There is a timestamp in the upper left-hand corner, correct?
I've admittedly, my skills with video surveillance evolved over the past year. Some of these videos were not collected using the software that I use to timestamp. I am absolutely happy to research and provide the exact dates that any video.
The video you
occurred.
just showed, I mean, there's a date up there of May 5th, 2022. Is that the date that this was taken?
If it appears in the corner, that is absolutely the exact date and time that it occurred. If it doesn't appear, I'm happy to. Some of the videos don't have the timestamps. The one you just saw, you could see there was a porta potty in the background area, so that was probably fall of 2021.
And you took these videos, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All of them.
And can we also have some information about where Mr. Mueller was located and what was done to ensure that the sound that we are hearing bears any relationship to the sound somebody would hear in the location? I mean,
I can offer that I'm in the apartment building across the street. The distance is approximately 200 feet. I'm on the 6th floor, and I'm using nothing but spare iPhones to record this audio.
I mean, I think we should let Mr. Mueller proceed, so.
I agree.
Some of it's accelerated for brevity. That's a lift gate being opened. And those are, they said they eliminated the green carts, which they did, but at some point they acquired new carts that also make noise. This was an event involving children in a lot. I'm sorry. This is an event. I think they were making their backpacks or something. I was concerned about the proximity of cars to the traffic, or to the children. Excuse me. This is the car accident, I think. I'd like to point out this video was taken, I think, just 2 days after the last meeting.
The date is actually the date of the last meeting.
Okay. think this woman almost gets backed over. That's- This shows they're using the site to service their food truck, and this is them using the carts on the sidewalks to accomplish that. I didn't prepare a slide for this. In our Montclair code, there's a limit on the amount of garbage that solid waste collection services is allowed to collect. I don't have the numbers in front of me. Suffice it to say, it's far less than 6 cubic yards twice a week, which is the size of their dumpster. These are SU-40 trucks, I believe. I did my best to measure them.
I'm sorry, what was that?
These, I do believe these to be SU-40 trucks.
Oh, thank you.
I'd like to address the testimony regarding that Tony's Kitchen should be considered an inherently beneficial use. Montclair's population of nearly 40,000 citizens comprises less than 15,000 households with a median household income greater than $126,000. Nearly 97% of citizens aged 25 years or more have graduated high school. Nearly 70% of citizens aged 25 years or more have a bachelor's degree or higher. Montclair's homeless population is 41. approximately 2% of the total homeless population in Essex County. Newark's population is nearly 1,700. New Jersey ranks number 42 among all 50 states for food insecure households and 45 out of 50 for households with very low food insecurity for the most recent period surveyed by the USDA. There's nothing particularly unique about St. Luke's property that lends itself to distributing 20,000 plus meals per week. This is not like installing a cell phone tower where the location and topography are major considerations. The activity is necessarily commercial in nature by virtue of the fact that the meals purchased through the Economic Development Authority Sustain and Serve program were required to be purchased from sellers residing in a commercial zone. For church activities, the parking lot would normally require 92 spaces. I believe that's a number I heard. St. Luke's is proposing 19, so I ask, how could 19 spaces possibly be suitable for more intensive activities, such as their large-scale food pantry? Even if restrictions could be imposed to mitigate the impacts of the operation, St. Luke's has already demonstrated a propensity to disregard the provisions of a previous board resolution. Likewise, township officials have shown no interest in enforcing the law with respect to Tony's Kitchen. The property is particularly unsuited for the current activity, let alone any increase in activity. The activities adversely affect the character of the neighborhood. There's excess noise from the operation of trucks, carts, and other equipment. There are numerous signs placed about the property, including signage on 2 of 3 commercial panel vans. The property is used to service and supply a food truck. There's excess vehicle and pedestrian traffic. The unemployment rate in Essex County has fallen from 6.3% in October 2021 to 3.8%, last measured in November 2022. The current national average is 3.7%. In 2019, the average unemployment rate in Essex County was 4.2%. I know that our unfortunate population of homeless citizens does not reflect the true number of Montclair citizens living with food insecurity. I'm certain there are folks who regularly benefit from Tony's Kitchen and have come to rely upon them. However, St. Luke's has offered no evidence whatsoever to support the approval of their activities as inherently beneficial. I'm not a statistician, but I'm wholly unconvinced that the Montclair public desperately needs 20,000 meals per week for free, let alone 5,000, which is roughly the equivalent weekly turn rate of Raymond's restaurant. And even if I could be convinced of the importance of this operation, it has already been demonstrated to be severely detrimental to the surrounding neighborhood. 73 South Fullerton Avenue is remarkably mismatched for what they are doing. St. Luke's has the burden of proof here, and they have offered none. Regarding the argument that Tony's Kitchen is nonprofit and therefore non-commercial, it should be noted that there are only 2 houses of worship on South Fullerton, one of which the township designates as adapted for commercial use. So it must be either St. Luke's or First Congregational Church, located at 40 South Fullerton Avenue. I've researched these businesses, and all of them for which I could find information are apparently registered as nonprofit corporations, with the exception of one. Joan Gary Consulting is a one-woman LLC who, interestingly enough, offers consulting services to other nonprofits. In any event, the legislative intent of the term commercial use is not intended to exclude large-scale nonprofit operations such as Tony's Kitchen. They are certainly engaged in commerce, handling millions of dollars in exchange for purchasing food, paying salaries of multiple staff, and so on. Moving on to the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Use Act. The applicable parts are exceedingly clear and fit on a single slide. The government is prohibited from creating a substantial burden upon the free exercise of a person. This does not mean any burden. Any law that is generally applicable and factually neutral towards religion does not violate the act. Providing special treatment or accommodations toward a religious person is not only not required, but it would be unconstitutional. Generally applicable zoning laws represent a compelling government interest and do not constitute a prior restraint of free exercise. I now have some evidence suggesting the township's complicity in the matter that I'd like to review. Test. That worked. This is a synopsis of an email that I got through an Oprah request. And honestly, I'm not sure how to feel about it. I know the pandemic was an uncertain time. I can't speak to the lawfulness of a township official soliciting funds from other officials to donate to a nonprofit organization or any corporation. Robert Jackson's comments are what particularly concern me. He clearly states that he wants to use the money as a match-for-match dollar, what they raise from other sources, and use it as an incentive.
I object insofar this, he's identified this as a synopsis of an email, but he doesn't offer the email.
I'm happy to provide the email. It's a public record.
I'm not sure how relevant it is. That's the
Yes,
bigger
well-
issue.
I'm coming up to that.
Okay, well, get there.
This is a synopsis of the email that appears on the website showing that they're making donations. This is Janice Talley's memo to the Development Review Committee, and I want to point out that she references serving the need, which, as I pointed out before, is a religious matter. It's not a matter of fact. And I had correspondence with her. I can share the email, but that too is public record, where I asked her what she meant by serving the need. And all she could offer is that it's self-explanatory. I asked her how it concerns the township, and she rebuffed that it is simply testimony from St. Luke's. And I answered that I didn't understand her comments because it's public record. I never got a response to this. I didn't expect one. So having been rebuffed by our zoning and code enforcement officials, I sent a stern letter to the Township Council in July, outlining that St. Luke's was violating the law and that the council's actions and inactions surrounding the matter were constitutionally dubious. Councilor Peter Yacobelis responded first. Third Ward Councilor Lori Price Abrams followed a month later. Both invoked the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act in defense of St. Luke's. I want to focus on Ms. Price Abrams' response, since she seemed to be communicating an official response on behalf of the township. Again, I can provide the email. It's public record. She states, I did share your email back in July with the township's legal department, and they have opined that the use is permissible under the law, specifically the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. While we understand that you believe that the warehousing, manufacturing, and distribution of goods is not a legitimate accessory use of St. Luke's ministry, courts, in interpreting the act, have held that religious exercise covers a wide range of activities, including operation of various faith-based social services facilities. From the township's perspective, St. Luke's mission to attend to the poor and hungry through Tony's Kitchen falls under this category and is permissible use. As such, the township's zoning ordinance 347-11 accessory use provision applies and allows such religious activity. In a manner similar to my response to Mr. Yacobelis, I explained to Ms. Price Abrams that the township's purported interpretation of the act was disturbingly incorrect. The act is but a single-edged sword, and the township is holding it backwards. I explained that the act ensures persons are afforded equal treatment and not subject to discrimination on the basis of their religion with respect to land use. Again, equal treatment, not special treatment, as she implied. I explained that the act is not a loophole by which a person may claim their activity to be religious and therefore exempt from reasonable, lawful zoning regulations. I expounded if there were any merit to the township's interpretation, then there would be virtually no limit to how any person may use any property in any zone under the veil of religious exercise. I didn't hear back from either Peter or Lori after giving them this explanation, and seeing no abatement of the activity at St. Luke's, I sought a second, more objective opinion on the matter.
Let me interrupt you here. The applicability or non-applicability of the federal legislation is really irrelevant to our consideration. The applicant has not come in here claiming that they have any rights under that legislation, that in any way dictates how we review it. I view it as irrelevant to the application. The testimony that was relevant was their planner's testimony concerning the provision in the township ordinances dealing with uses that are permissible for churches, accessory uses for churches, and that can be addressed, but you know, there's a reason boards of adjustment are set up so no members of the board have any part of the township government, and the views of members of the township government on the use are really irrelevant to this board's consideration. There's been no testimony from members of the township council, the legal department, Ms. Talley. We can only consider what's before us, and what's before us is not the religious institute, blah, 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 which I never get to say straight all the words in it, but I don't care in the board in terms of its consideration whether that statute does or does not apply to their use. The question is what is allowed under the zoning ordinance and whether this board, whether they meet the criteria for the variances they are seeking.
Right, so Mr. Muller, let's skip past this letter, which I've seen before. And do you have anything else you want to add, getting away from the LaRupa argument?
So the fact that Mr. Adler referenced the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, I'm not permitted to.
Well, you've referenced it also, okay?
Yeah.
We've got a whole blow by blow between you and members of the governing body. I think you made your point.
Okay, back to the application. I obviously have no opposition to an enclosure for the dumpster since it's required by law. I don't think any of their plans for ventilation will improve the odors or necessarily stem the rat problem, but who knows? I also have no objection to a widening of the parking lot or driveway apron, but none of these will address the real problem, which is that they continue to violate zoning laws. I propose that the application be approved on the condition that St. Luke's immediately cease all activity related to commercial scale receiving, warehousing, repackaging, and distribution at the site. Additionally, they should be prohibited from using the site to support their food truck. The use of carts should be incidental only, and all illegal signage should be removed. Box trucks deliveries should be incidental only, such as for the delivery of equipment or furniture, not dozens of pallets of food. The site should be returned to a modest soup kitchen and a food pantry to serve local Montclair citizens indeed. Thank you.
Any members of the board have questions for Mr. Muller? Ms. Singer, do you have questions?
No, I just would like to, through Reverend Mannell, rebut the
You'll have an
statement.
opportunity to do that.
Yeah, that's about the incorporation issue.
I just have two quick questions.
Okay, Mr. Simon?
Yeah, sorry. All right, so in general, if I'm understanding, you object to the very existence of Tony's Kitchen at that location?
No. What I object to is the massive growth that occurred starting just prior to the pandemic. They've had that dumpster there, I think, since 2016. I and my neighbors didn't say anything. There was no enclosure. Then a delivery van appeared on the premises. Nobody said anything, and then the pandemic happened, and who knows what was going on in 2020. I didn't know what was going on. I still don't know what I was doing during 2020. I don't think anyone objects to an emergency use, but this is just, I feel like the pandemic has been used as an excuse to just explode the activity at the church. I didn't even know, I told Yacobelis this is true. I didn't even know the name of their soup kitchen was Tony's Kitchen until they put up their containers and their signage all over the place and put the vans on the property.
Understood. So you're just upset with the scale of the operations.
Correct.
So with that being said, in terms of this application, do you feel that the details laid out would help alleviate some of the concerns that your videos have and your statements have outlined?
No, I see very little evidence to suggest that the traffic situation will be remediated. If they're going to have the trucks on site, I mean, it's not just I don't like looking at the trucks. No one likes looking at trucks all day. But they come, and sometimes they sit there for an hour or more with that Thermo King running, and it's awfully loud.
Understood, but you're saying that you don't believe that the improvements will help the situation at all?
I'm a chemical engineer. I'm not a civil engineer. The widening of the lot may improve things. It may worsen things. I can't say, because if you're going to widen the lot, now you may have more cars trying to come in and park where they wouldn't before. That's why I came up with that idea today with the one-way parking lot. Obviously, that doesn't lend itself to having box trucks come in, but that would certainly make the parking lot safer. I forgot to mention, on the drawing I had indicated, or maybe I did say it and I don't remember, that I would have pylons along the walkway to protect pedestrians from cars. Right now, there's no protection.
Okay, and finally, in terms of all the statistics about food insecurity and the numbers and median income and all those details, do you feel that a pantry is not needed in Montclair?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying at this scale, I see no evidence to indicate that it's needed at this location. I've recommended in the past multiple times to multiple people that I would find a grocery store with loading docks and a large parking lot and multiple driveways and indoor refrigeration and a seating area. I mean, that's how I would do it. I would do it in a commercial zone. There's no reason why Tony's Kitchen, in my view, cannot return to what it was before the pandemic, and that's what I would recommend.
Do you know what it was before the pandemic in terms of how many you were serving?
According to their numbers, I have one slide.
It's okay. It's a yes or no question.
I mean, the numbers were less than 5,000. 5,000 meals per week is my understanding prior to the pandemic.
No other questions? Thank you.
Other questions from members of the board? Ms. Singer, no questions?
I just have a few questions. I take it you
Okay,
don't
you
have
have
a
to
law degree?
use the microphone.
Sorry, you don't have a law degree?
No, I don't have a law
Or
degree.
an engineering degree, for civil engineering,
Chemical engineer.
chemical, okay. Or architectural background?
I've worn a lot of hats. No, I don't have an architectural
No
background.
formal architectural
No.
training?
But I'm a formal, most engineers, you talk to any engineer, most engineers take the same undergraduate level academia.
Did you, apparently you surveil the area very frequently, correct?
I have cameras set up recording based on motion detection, yes.
Did you, and how long have you been doing that?
I started just doing it manually the fall of 2021, and then out of curiosity learned what I could do with some free software and a few old iPhones, and started recording in April with the timestamps.
Do you disagree that approximately 3 to 4 trucks per week bring in food at Tony's Kitchen?
Do I disagree that 3 to 4 trucks? No, I would say that that's about the maximum based on
Okay.
my experience.
Have you interviewed any of the individual recipients of Tony's Kitchen food?
No.
So you're going on gross statistics that make you conclude that there's no need for what Tony's Kitchen provides?
I'm not criticizing Tony's
No,
Kitchen or the
My
need.
question was, you are going on statistics and not individual information obtained from
Okay.
individuals. Is that right?
I donate to the charities I want to donate to. I take care of the people I want to take care of. Right now, what I'm seeing is my government facilitating and accommodating your organization. I see that as a violation of the Establishment Clause. I'm saying that right now. And Americans United for separation of church and state, I won't go into the details, but they don't disagree with me. Just because, I'm not criticizing anyone's faith at St. Luke's. They're entitled to believe whatever they want to believe, but their beliefs do not entitle them. We are all entitled to our beliefs, but ultimately we're all entitled to equal treatment under the laws, and the entitlements are spelled out under the law. I'm seeing what I think is a misuse of interpreting various laws protecting free exercise. And that's why I've referenced the Supreme Court cases and other material.
And just a couple questions about the specific proposals that are in front of this board, okay? You would agree that the proposed design of the dumpster enclosure is beautiful, correct?
I don't know if it's beautiful. It's not ugly. I will say, and I didn't bring this up because, I have other responsibilities besides fighting development applications, but I'm concerned that the overhead clearance of the structure will not facilitate emptying of a dumpster by the rear loading truck.
Well, I'm just asking you that because on the, I'm sorry, on the tape of one of the proceedings, you were heard to say it's beautiful. So, okay.
Sure, I'm being
Do you think it's
kind.
enough? Let me ask you this way. Do you think the dumpster enclosure as proposed with stone or brick matching the facade of the church and a roof that is consistent with the roof of the church is an aesthetic improvement,
Sure.
over the existing dumpster with the canvas top as it exists today?
Yes,
Okay.
but let me clarify something. This is clearly a false compromise offered to me and my neighbors. This is to box us in into looking like we're the ones who are against Tony's Kitchen or somehow against people who need the services of Tony's Kitchen. And frankly, it's bullying by the church and the township. That's what it amounts to. I feel like I'm being bullied. I have a right to enjoy my property. I have a right to make phone calls and conduct business with my customers so that I can make money and feed my family. My customers can hear those trucks. And if we're going to talk, I wasn't going to do this, but if we're going to talk about how righteous everyone's work is, I'll tell you what I do for a living.
Okay. Mr. Munder,
Yeah.
that clearly is not beyond what you
All
were
right.
asked
I'm
and
sorry.
not relevant
I'm sorry.
to.
I'm getting emotional.
Ms. Singer, you don't have any
I'm
further
not
questions,
gonna-
right? Yeah.
I'm not going to ask any more questions. I'm really not getting answers to the specific.
Well, what was the last question? If I
Let's
didn't,
refrain from that. I think, Ms. Singer, you said you're not going to ask any more questions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Unless there's any other questions for the witness, then you can sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munder. Are there any other members of the public who have testimony concerning the application? Mr. McBride?
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth of the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address, and make sure you're by the microphone, too.
Andrew F. McBride from the law firm of Greenbaum Rowe, Pearson Smith. I represent St. Luke's Hospital, St. Luke's Church in a municipal proceeding which is pending right now before Judge Angel. 7 complaints raised by Mr. Mueller. Ultimately, Judge Angel held a probable cause hearing. Many of those pictures which you saw, the movie, he submitted stills in those photos, and Judge Angel did in fact find there might be probable cause as to 7 complaints. Let me address to the board what those 7 complaints are. 1, signage issue. 2 of the complaints relate to the refrigerators on the lot, and you've heard testimony today that they now will be removed by the 30th if this board agrees to the variances that are being asked for. 3 of the complaints relate to the garbage. Overflowing garbage, garbage that creates a nuisance, might smell or have rats or that kind of thing. So 3 of those complaints relate to the garbage, where this applicant is proposing to you to remediate that through a design structure, which you've heard the testimony and all the rest of that. And then the 4th one is a dilapidated parking lot. We went before, the matter before Judge Angel has been put off until January 25th. Mr. Mueller was on the Zoom hearing at the time. At that time, he wanted to raise additional matters. Judge Angel said, we will deal with these 7 matters. He understands this board has a variance application before them, which will inform his decision on those 7 complaints. There is no complaint before Judge Angel at this point, no finding of probable cause that somehow this operation is a commercial operation, it's an expanded, beyond the scope of zoning. So quite frankly, what's before this board is the variance. And the variance application here, the 2 variances that are sought, directly address these issues that are before Judge Angel. We've heard a lot about other things, but Mr. Mueller hasn't filed an action in Superior Court. He hasn't gone to Chancery and raised these issues. He was angry at the zoning officer, and he went to the judge of the municipality, and he found probable cause for the very issues that are before you now that this applicant's trying to remediate. I think the board, and all I wanted to do was give you that background. And I've done that, and thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Any other members of the audience? Okay. Any other members of the audience who? Yes.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
Name and address, please.
Ira Pollock, 57 Union Street. My only concern has been safety and the growth of the
Okay,
operation.
is the microphone on?
My only, okay, sorry. My only thoughts have been about safety. The church has been very reactive to problems raised at the site, tractor trailers, the timing of the distributions, because we've all heard that it's a thoroughfare, but the thoroughfare ends at an elementary school, which nobody has ever mentioned here before. And that's been part of the problem. The growth has been allowed without oversight. I'm getting a little bit better feeling that some of the questions being asked by the board now at least are looking for the future safety instead of reacting to problems and maybe accidents that happen in the future. There is a way to make a work plan. I work in plants across the country. We have to prepare work plans based on general actions at a site. I have not seen a work plan. It speaks to say that a work plan can't be constituted, taking care of what are they going to do with the trucks unloading? Where are the people going to enter to get the food? Coming through South Fullerton, exit through Union so that it's a flow in one direction? Where is their traffic control people going to be stationed? You saw the films, trucks pulling in and out of that site. Was there anybody backing them in? Anybody watching traffic? No. We're depending on the board to make it a safe operation. I'm fortunate I don't need the food from Tony's Kitchen. I've attributed to him in the past. I think it's, I'm not talking about law or anything else. All I want you to do is make it a safe operation, not a reactive operation every time.
Mr. Pollock, can you stay for a second? Just a quick question for you. Just one quick question. The Reverend's like the only one that comes and talks to you on that side. It seems like every time every meeting that we've had, we've seen 4 times he comes and talks to you. So you seem to have a good relationship with the church. Okay. Do you think that the Tony's Kitchen could, if it had the best protection, could fit into the community, or what is your thoughts on that?
I think the Reverend Mannell and his business manager, Pam Smith, have been very reactive. My basic fear is we have the pandemic as an excuse to expand the operation from 5,000 meals a year to, or whatever the meals were, to 1 million to 1.5 million meals. What's going to happen with the hard landing of a recession coming up? Who's going to watch this operation? And we've already, Scott Muller's already presented things that not everything is followed when you've given them strictures to operate by. I am worried about safe operation. I don't believe that it can be expanded anymore. You've allowed it to expand without watching how it expanded. You've allowed it to go ridiculous, okay? What did you think would happen when you created a 5,000 square foot storage area under the building? They were going to expand. They do a great job. I mean, it's just not safe sometimes. Perfect example, they built that passageway to the bottom to get into the storage area, and they left this 4.5 foot deep, or 4 foot deep path at the end open for a long time, and they had a pumpkin sale, and they finally put up a plastic fence between the pumpkin sale where kids and parents were buying pumpkins, and a drop-off. They're clergy. They need somebody to operate and give them work plans that they operate by. Okay? That's simple.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Pollack. Any other members of the public who have any testimony? Please come forward.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
My name is Susan Anderson. I'm a resident of 14 Forest Street in Montclair, and I've lived there since 2009. I wanted to come up here. First of all, I am a member of St. Luke's. I also happen to be a volunteer at Tony's Kitchen. And I wanted to come up here and express my support of the application and please ask the board to approve the application. I have been a longtime volunteer at Tony's Kitchen. Back in 2020, at the end of 2020, as we all know, there were a lot of issues with supply chain and cost of groceries. My understanding was that we needed to address some of the food supply issues. So myself and a couple of other volunteers, we started organizing these townwide food drives in Montclair, and this provided an opportunity for concerned residents of Montclair and the surrounding areas who wanted to help people who were in need. Because of the effects of the pandemic, but also didn't particularly feel safe coming to St. Luke's and because of the COVID. So we started doing these townwide food drives, and since then these occur probably about we've been doing them for every 2 or 3 months since then, from approximately September till June, it's on Sundays for 2 hours, and I've seen firsthand while running the food drive on site that the safety issues that some of the residents, some of the neighbors have been concerned about. I've personally been really concerned about the traffic going in and out and just the narrowness of the parking lot, as an example. And fortunately, nothing happened while I was overseeing this activity. But just as far as one aspect of the plan, the proposal, the expansion of the parking lot and the surrounding areas, I definitely think that would be an improvement to the flow of traffic and safety to address some safety issues. And so I hope that the board will approve the proposal in its entirety and just allow, St. Luke's and Tony's Kitchen to continue working with the neighbors and, developing solutions as they arise. I also I wanted to address, as much as I really want the focus, I would like personally the focus to be on the proposal and the application. I really wanted to address some of the comments that have been raised, not all of them. But as far as, I wanted to speak to my experience and what brought me to St. Luke's. I actually started as a volunteer at Tony's Kitchen first. And what I really liked about what I saw when I became a volunteer back in 2010 was that I saw this as a food ministry in town that served not faraway people, not people, in another state or a country, but people in our very own neighborhoods, people with real needs. And that made me want to become a member of St. Luke's. So my family and I joined the church. And we saw it as a place where we could raise our family and, allow, become involved in a ministry that that expressed, the perspective, the views and the values of the church. So that's why I'm a member of St. Luke's today. As far as Tony's Kitchen somehow expanding the need, just purely as a volunteer, I did a lot of volunteer work during that first year and a half, once the pandemic hit. I'm not sure I understand the argument that Tony's Kitchen is just somehow randomly giving out food to people who don't need it. If anyone actually spoke to the people who stood in line and asked, do you have groceries available? I don't think anyone would think that anyone who went there for groceries didn't need it. And these are not just homeless people, they're families, they're senior citizens, they're people who, were trying to figure out how they were going to pay their rent versus eat. So the thought that, that the need isn't there, I mean, the operation is dealing with real people, human beings with real needs. And so, and they're just merely trying to address the needs that actually exist. So, I think the application will address some of the safety issues, hopefully, and so I'm just asking the board to please approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Yes, after everyone gets a first turn. Yes, in the back.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
Stuart Christie, 50 Myrtle Avenue. Good evening. My name is Stuart Christie. I live at 50 Myrtle Avenue with my wife, Kathy, and we raised our 3 children there. We've lived here for almost 30 years now. We came here back in the day when the Haynes department store was the localized store, for those of you whose institutional memory goes back. As Reverend Mannell pointed out, I'm also a parishioner at the church. I'm also a volunteer at Tony's Kitchen, so I'm very interested in this project. I've been here for every one of the nights that we've heard testimony. I'm very much in favor of it, and I urge you to support the application. I've heard a lot of testimony about parking and traffic issues on that street. I'll point out that I live in Myrtle Avenue. We have parking and traffic issues on Myrtle. I sent my kids to Hillside. There's parking and traffic issues on Hillside. There's parking and traffic issues on St. Luke's Place, on Mountain Avenue, on Plymouth. There are parking and traffic issues all over downtown Montclair, and none of them have anything to do with Tony's Kitchen. The testimony I've heard from them will alleviate, admittedly modestly, but will alleviate some of the traffic and parking issues on the street. None of the objections I've heard will do the same thing. It seems to me very simple. They're alleviating an eyesore and alleviating a traffic and congestion issue. And for those reasons, I think you should support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Gentleman all the way in the back.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Name and address, please.
My name's Oke Okuzu. I live on number 6 Highland Avenue, Montclair. I've lived there for about 25 years. I am also a member of St. Luke's Parish, St. Luke's Church. Some of the comments I was going to make have been, points I was going to make have been made by others. So just in the interest of time, I'll skip those. But the one thing I wanted to just say is that the video that I saw, to me, pointed at that this parking lot improvement is a public safety imperative. There were so many issues that I picked up on that video, and therefore I strongly suggest that you approve this, if nothing else, but to mitigate the several accidents, near accidents. There's one accident, all the public safety issues that the current situation presents that will be alleviated if you guys approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Yes, over.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
My name is Courtney Conway. I live at 79 South Fullerton Avenue. I'm directly next door to the church, next door neighbors. I've been to all 3 meetings, and I received the letter that went out to the neighbors, and I looked up what I could see online, and I thought, I don't think I need to go. They're just going to improve a pre-existing parking lot. And I have so many thoughts after all these meetings, but I still come back to that. I wish Michael Solomon were here. He spoke last time very passionately to explain that the church has been a very good neighbor to us. And that's not to say that any neighbor, whether you're the church, Tony's Kitchen, or just a regular neighbor in town, that we don't sometimes have problems over small things. But the church does care and does want to make this the best they can for everybody, but of course, I believe that they deeply care about the people that they're feeding. I think that we all know that. We've heard questions of people's character here, which I found very upsetting in these last few meetings. And I do think that those improvements will be very nice to cover an ugly dumpster, make it, conceal it. I also see that there's so much talk about what they're doing with cars and trucks in a parking lot, and that's what a parking lot is for. So I understand excessive noise and things. I do understand that the traffic at Tony's has picked up since the pandemic. But I think the main crux of this project, they're trying to get people inside and they're trying to manage things. So they're trying to manage this, and they can't get everybody inside yet until the construction's done. So it's like they just need to get there, and they're on their way. And so I do hope that you will approve this for them. And in terms of traffic in the neighborhood, I can say that I grew up in Montclair. My parents grew up in Montclair, but I've only lived in my house for 5 years. Prior to the pandemic, you could not park in front of my house in the day, usually. People who work in the neighborhood, they work downtown, and they park in front of our house because it's free, and they go in. I really don't see I don't see really any difference in the traffic that we see as terms of parking. And we're right around the corner. I know that people do park there and walk to Tony's Kitchen, but they were there before. Somebody else would be parking there if they weren't. So I wanted to just make that point. I also was curious, Mr. Harrison, you had mentioned that you might put a restriction on certain uses of the parking lot. I think it had to do with people, the amount of people or services there. And I would hope you would maybe reconsider that. I do think they try to condense things to the parking lot and use that, and I hope we never see another pandemic in our lifetimes. But I think that if we restrict what you can do in the parking lot, then it would push necessarily something to another area of the church, and it would probably only just affect other neighbors. So I hope you will, consider that in your discussions. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
You said you live on Fullerton, right next to the church?
I do, number 79.
So that's the first house next to the church?
It's right, it's like I don't know if you call it the rectory?
Yeah.
Okay. The rectory, my driveway, my house.
Right. Are you concerned at all that during the construction that some of the operations and trucks could be potentially
I'm not
parked
concerned
in
at all because I would see it as temporary. Just like when they did things they had to do during the pandemic on South Fullerton, every once in a while, I didn't care. It was temporary. And so that doesn't bother me. I support Tony's. I've been involved in several food drives for Tony's at my children's school and Girl Scouts and things like that. I think many of us in the community are very proud of the work that Tony's does. I think it brings the community, for many, a lot of good feelings about generosity of the people in the town. I understand those people don't all live exactly right next door, so there are different ways to feel about things. But I think that Tony's does overwhelmingly provides a lot of good to people, and I would be happy to deal with a little extra traffic on a temporary basis as they're doing what they have to do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Name
My
and
name's
address?
Julian Knight, 57 Union Street. I'm a 30-plus year resident of Montclair. I've spent 5 years living on Union Street. As you may recall from one of my previous testimonies, I have had negative safety issues. I've had bad experiences. I feel the street has become unsafe. That we are living on like an unsafe street. I'm heartened to hear a lot of great questions that you all have been asking of people giving testimony that I think may alleviate that problem. And I just hope you can follow through with that. and we can get a safer street back. And I do have some concerns, and I've spoken with Reverend Mannell, and just starting last week, that I personally don't think that food insecurity will be ending. I think it will be going up. I think there's a lot of factors out there that it will be going up. Climate change, geopolitical instability, a number of factors. And I spoke to Reverend Mannell about this, and the church is their mission. And I also just want to preface by saying that I support the church financially. Every month, we donate clothes to it. I donated furniture. I would donate time if it's not, but I'm already committed to a similar type of charity in Newark. So I do support it. It's not just words. I have actions to back it up. But I do believe that we are on a less safe street than it was before the pandemic. And I don't think there's any way to really predict that food insecurity will not get worse. And it's your mission to feed the hungry. So I don't know what to do about that. I mean, I think there will be a need to expand the church, and I understand that Tony's Kitchen, again, I support them, will have a need to expand. And I don't know what the answer to that is. And we've spoken about this, and I don't think even last week you and I had we could agree upon it. So that's all I have to say. I'm concerned that that there's no way to predict the future, and I think things will get worse. I think there will be a bigger need. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the, yes, in the back?
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
My name is Allison Curtin. I live at 65 Hawthorne Place, apartment B2. I live across the street and down the block from St. Luke's. I've lived across from St. Luke's and Tony's Kitchen since 2008. I've attended St. Luke's since 2011 and have become a regular volunteer at Tony's Kitchen with my family, my husband and my son. I am also currently a member of St. Luke's Vestry Committee. I can't stress just how important the mission of St. Luke and Tony's has, and it has become even more so in the past 3 years. Feeding families, teaching kindness, showing compassion to those who need it most. As St. Francis of Assisi has said, preach the gospel at all times, use words if necessary. Our actions at Tony's and St. Luke's speak that mission to help our neighbors. Yes, the neighborhood has been impacted for traffic and for parking, but not only due to Tony's increased outreach in feeding our neighbors. Overall, because of increased traffic and development that has occurred in my part of Montclair in the past years. A recent improvement to traffic was the installation of a four-way stop at the corner of Fullerton and Union a few years ago in the before times, before the pandemic, before our increased traffic on Union. We are a neighborhood of two churches, one with a popular daycare, MMO, a popular performance space in Outpost in the Burbs, a synagogue, the main branch of the Montclair Public Library, which helps us with food distribution to families in need through our healthy backpack programs and summer lunches. We also have the Women's Club of Montclair around the corner as well. A number of offices, a number of condos, a number of two-family households, apartment buildings, including the one that I live in across the street, the Williamsburg Apartments, on the corner of Fullerton and Hawthorne. We do not live in a quiet and non-active neighborhood. We live in a vibrant and busy and alive neighborhood, and one in which Tony's and St. Luke's acts as a beating heart, not the only beating heart, but as a beating heart of all things that we say we love about our home, Montclair. We want to make it better, and this project will improve it. We want to improve our parking lot and our facility. The simple fact here proposed to your committee, now over the course of 3 meetings and 2 years, is that the proposed improvements to the parking lot at St. Luke's will improve how things are currently for the layout, for bringing the refrigerator units inside, and for repaving and reorganizing the parking lot and enclosing the current dumpster. It will be an improvement and we want to make an improvement for all the parties involved. I urge you to please approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Yes.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Name and address.
Timothy J. Mannion, 129 Union Street, which is at the corner of Orange Road, Harrison Avenue, and Union Street. I am also a member of St. Luke's Parish. I have lived in Montclair for 24 years, and I have been at St. Luke's all 24 of those. I was on the vestry when Reverend Mannell was selected as the rector of the parish, and during those meetings, we had meetings in the church in a conference room which we no longer have access to because it is used for food storage, which would be moved to the basement if this project is approved. At one of those meetings, there were trees that were on the curb of Union Street during the big downburst in 2006 when we had lost 300 trees in town. One of those trees crossed the parking lot. I had to drive over the grass to get onto Union Street to go home, those 2 blocks. I have driven in and out of that parking lot, by my calculation earlier, about 3 times a week for 24 years, 52 weeks a year. That's 3,744 times in and out of that parking lot. Anything you can do to improve access and egress to that parking lot, I will be grateful for.
Any other members of the public in the back?
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Name and address.
Patrick Rodriguez, 125 Westview Road, Montclair. I'd like to thank the board for their patience over these 3 meetings. I've been to all 3 of them. Again, we're not here to discuss the viability or the existence of Tony's Kitchen. I've heard a lot of testimony. The testimony it involves problems. Help us fix the problems. Approve the application without conditions, please. At issue is a parking lot and trying to make things better, namely the cars coming in and out, and as Mr. Mannion stated, ingress, egress. Our neighbors have voiced concern, and we're trying to ameliorate those problems. Refrigeration units, we turn them around. Dumpster, we're trying to build the world's most technologically advanced dumpster, as you saw. We're trying to expand unusable space underneath the church to accommodate those refrigeration units. Approving the application is not a detriment to the public. It's a benefit to the public for access to worship, access to the parking lot, and access for the most basic of human needs, which is sustenance. For those people who have not volunteered, by the way, I'm a member of St. Luke's Parish. I got married there 20 years ago. If you haven't talked to the guests at Tony's Kitchen, I will tell you, I do give my time and money to Tony's Kitchen, but the guests at Tony's Kitchen are people that you see working at retail stores. They probably don't live in Montclair. As someone stated earlier, the median income in Montclair is over $120-something thousand. I guarantee you those retail employees are not living in Montclair. We're helping them to have the most basic of human needs, a meal, so that they can go back to work and help serve us. Let's give something back to them, please.
Thank you. Any other members of the public?
State your name and address again, Mr. Muller.
Scott Muller, 57 Union Street. Regarding the figures that I posted on the screen, like I said, this is just for me to get an objective picture of food insecurity. I'm not an expert on food insecurity. It's not something I address on a daily basis. Certainly, I was curious by the number of food secure households that use food pantries. That was never intended to imply that the people at Tony's Kitchen do not need the services. And I hope that's not being insinuated. That was never my intention. I just found it unusual that was a figure that's being collected, and it is true. I mean, that is data. I'm an engineer. My religion is the truth. So that's all I can say about that. I didn't quite follow what the other attorney was bringing up with Judge Angelo. Yeah, I filed a complaint with the court. And the reason I filed a complaint with the court is because our code enforcement officials were ignoring me. And I have a right as a citizen to file a complaint with the court, and that's what I did. As far as what was said about what Judge Angelo plans to do, I don't know. He's not the law, he's a judge. So, and I think, like I said, I'm using this as a platform to speak my truth. Of course, I want a beautiful parking lot. Of course, I want to not look at the dumpster and not look at the refrigerated containers. But to present it like I'm being done a favor, when in fact, me and my family have been suffering for 2.5 years with the noise, and it's especially the noise. And yeah, I'm here because my wife is upset. I mean, and one of my very close friends, who I know the church is very familiar with because he would talk to them every day about the noise, you're not hearing from him anymore. He sold his unit. He couldn't take it anymore. He left. And that's not fair to him. It's not fair to me. I've forgotten his name, but the neighbor at, I think 58 Union Street said he had to take his property off the market because of loss of property value. You know, again, no one's criticizing the intent of Tony's Kitchen or the efforts of Tony Kitchen, but there's a responsible way to do things. And like I said, I see no reason, and you know, this goes back to the inherently beneficial use. Why wouldn't you find a grocery store or some similar property to conduct the activity that I showed on the screen? I mean, it makes perfect sense. You could serve more people safely, more effectively. I mean, I honestly do not get it. Why would you insist on trying to constantly adjust your own property to accommodate whatever it is you wish to do? Again, I forgot his name, but he made a reference originally to, he said it was like an Amazon distribution center. That's actually not too far off. Jeff Bezos started his business in his garage. He didn't say to himself, well, now I'm going to just transform my property and build a multi-billion-dollar empire and run it from my garage. He found obviously other places to conduct his business. And I'm just confused. I don't, you know, unless the township is seeking to avoid losing property tax on another property, because obviously if the church found another property to do this, they would be exempt from property tax. I can't prove that that's the reason the city is supporting it. It seems like such an obvious solution when you have, if you need 4 box trucks or more to deliver tens of thousands of pounds of food, I would want a facility designed to receive that food. And I would want it designed to allow me to service a food truck and to allow people to enter and leave my parking lot without fear of being struck by a car. I didn't mention this, and you know, I have hundreds more videos. I've seen people nearly get hit by cars. And so if anyone thinks I don't care, all I can say is I don't want to be a person who saw the problem, said nothing, and then someone gets hurt or killed because I said nothing. So, yeah, I you know, like Glenn, I want to see the neighborhood be safe, and I'd like to see it return to what it was before the pandemic. And I think the best way forward, honestly, is to move the majority of the operation to a better suited facility. I'm not asking them to close Tony's Kitchen. Someone accused me of that. I've never suggested that. But there's no reason why it has to be at the church. And the church has asked for an inherently beneficial use approval. which would sort of mandate that they can do whatever they're doing. But that won't actually, I mean, I hope the traffic improves. I'm not a civil engineer, but all we could do is see. So again, I'm not directly opposed to approval of the application, but I think conditions should be set. Thank you.
Any other members of the public? Okay, Ms. Singer, do you have
There was one thing I wanted to clarify, because I think it was a serious, I'm not saying it's deliberate, I think it was serious to say that Tony's Kitchen is a separate corporation, and I'd like Reverend Mannell to respond to that contention.
Yeah, I mean, just to clarify, the document that they came up was when we got a grant from the state of New Jersey for Sustain and Serve, we needed the name Tony's Kitchen had to be on the 501c3 on this 501c3 name that was only under St. Luke's. And so what I believe the document that was shown, I don't have it in front of me, was part of that application process that just added the name. If you saw, it said Tony's Kitchen, a ministry of St. Luke's Church. So it is not a separate 501c3. It is one legal entity.
In other words, the corporation is St. Luke's,
Yeah.
and Tony's Kitchen is not a separate corporation, but a ministry.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
No, but I can ask questions because I'm confused. Does St. Luke's have its own 501c3?
No, I believe, and again, I'm not an expert at this, so my understanding is that the 501c3 that Episcopal parishes in the Diocese of Newark operate under is one umbrella 501c3. And this comes up when we're trying to get donations from people. And so we had to apply to the state to get a supplemental piece on the name, and I believe that's what that application was. There is one 501c3 that all of St. Luke's operates under. I believe it is a 501c3 that's held by the Diocese of Newark.
And that's the 501c3 that owns the property?
Yes, I believe, I am not 100% sure of this, but I believe the property is owned. So if St. Luke's ceased to exist, the property would go be handled by the trustees of the Diocese of Newark for sale, disposal, or other use.
That's a different question. Yeah, I'm assuming that's the way.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's a Catholic church, the Episcopal, where it's the diocese, the property goes back to the parent church, does not go off on its own.
Correct.
But in my normal view of the world, I would view the document we saw. Yes, it says Tony's Kitchen, part of the ministry of St. Luke's, but that created a separate legal entity. I don't know that that has any particular relevance for what we're doing.
No.
I'm a little more concerned with how the application form was filled out, where the owner is left blank, the applicant is listed as St. Luke's.
You know,
And-
if you need supplementation of this, we'll provide it. My understanding has always been that St. Luke's is the entity that owns the property, and like all the other ministries at St. Luke's, Tony's Kitchen is simply a ministry of the church. Apparently, because Tony's Kitchen had to register its name as a food ministry of St. Luke's in order to get a grant, that document got created, and
Are you referring back to the 501c3 document or something else?
The application form to us.
Okay, so we're not talking about the 501c3
No, I
supplement.
understand why
Yeah.
you had to do that, though I'm not understanding that it's not a separate entity, maybe not practically. the application form says the applicant is St. Luke's Episcopal Church, and then leaves owners blank, which I took as meaning that St. Luke's was the owner. And normally we require the consent of the owner to the filing of the application. And at this point, punting to Mr. Sullivan, who's probably not happy I'm punting to him, and I'm not happy the issue ever came up, but.
Well, you did bring it up.
Well, I mean, can I try?
I know, but I have this foolish idea that.
Look, I mean, if there's any question about it, I mean, it can be, I suppose it could be conditioned upon that, but the application is supposed to be filed with the correct owner's name on it.
And let me clarify. The diocese, I don't believe the diocese holds the deed to the property. Or I believe the diocese holds the deed to the property, but a functioning parish is an owner under it. There are New Jersey state statutes, which I do not have with me, nor am I keenly aware of, that sort of define the Episcopal Church the legal Episcopal Church relationships. So the diocese would not represent a parish in a hearing like this. This would be the responsibility of the rector, wardens, and vestry persons.
No,
okay.
Right. This is more of an issue of we have the situation fairly commonly where the applicant is a contract purchaser of the property or someone, and the owner gives consent, and there's no issue. I think we move on because I don't really want to see you another week. No offense. I will think, and maybe Mr. Sullivan will think, as to how we can address this. My concern is some jurisdictional one, which I'm just going to skip right over, but I think we need to put some kind of a condition.
Maybe an affidavit of ownership as a condition. Affidavit of ownership and consent to the application.
And
so
if St. Luke's is not the owner, that the
owner consents.
Consent to the application.
Chancellor of the diocese to establish that. Great idea.
Okay. Ms. Singer, do you have anything further before we discuss and vote on the application?
No, I spent a lot of time on a closing, and I don't think it's necessary at this point. I would just urge the board to grant the application as conditioned. I think that we have gone to great length to show that any objections to the specific proposal that's before you are being met. This is just an application to do a dumpster enclosure and to do some improvements with the widening of a parking lot. And the only negatives that were raised, really, there were two. The odor from the dumpster and that vegetation in the front of the lot might be too high. We redesigned the dumpster to include a mechanical fan and to direct the air away from the property on the east. I also think that there's no evidence that a fully enclosed dumpster in brick and with a roof is going to emit any more odor than one that's uncovered with nothing but a tarp. We met the objection about the vegetation. There's going to be vegetation no more than 3 feet high at the driveway. So I think if you just focus on the specific application that St. Luke's has made, that we've introduced substantial credible evidence for the board to find that the application should be granted.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that the tax records indicate that St. Luke's is the owner, but we'll still put that as a condition, so we're sure.
Okay. We'll start discussion with Mr. McCulloch.
Well, I would say this is one time that I wish I was not the first to speak. I do feel that this evening we've been hit with a deluge of additional information that makes this even more complicated. Complicated because so many additional factors have been introduced, and perhaps without ample opportunity to test those and find out how much of that is relevant, how much of that is irrelevant to what is actually before us. There's a part of me that would want the rector to have spoken to each of the points, and then there's a part of me that didn't want to hear that. So it's trying to sort of slice through all of that to get to the most salient points. So I'm going to try to do that in terms of my commentary. I will say that in terms of the trash enclosure, the original proposal I was completely opposed to. I felt as though there should have been opportunities to find a different location that would not have an impact on the neighbors to the east, especially the one specific neighbor. I do think that, that part of the charge of a board like this is to look or to try to assure the common good. And having a dumpster, they've been living with the dumpster for a long time, as we've heard many people address. And so now having a sort of a permanent structure with still the dumpster next to their property is not the optimal solution. But the argument has been made, and I think a good faith effort has been made to actually try to find an alternative location on the property. So I'm satisfied that this is the best solution that the church can actually come up with. So that I think that's been sort of resolved in my thinking. In terms of the widening of the parking lot, I think that's an excellent thing to do. I think the argument can still be made that the parking lot is not nearly large enough for the amount of activity that takes place during certain hours, especially with large trucks. But I think a significant effort has been made to try to find a way to expand that parking lot, to make it a little bit more user-friendly, to try to be able to accommodate the larger scale vehicles that have to be on there periodically. I do think that the video that we looked at certainly does create the impression of many more vehicles being on the property for extended periods of time. And so that's part of slicing through and sort of understanding, trying to understand what it was that I was sort of seeing on the screen. But it doesn't change the fact that maneuverability on the parking lot is complicated. And I think it will continue to be complicated. I know that I appreciate the effort to try to address the issue of flooding on the parking lot. I know that's been a problem. I know that the congregants will appreciate the fact that there is a solution to that problem, and that water can be removed in a way that doesn't directly impact other neighbors, I think is also a reasonable solution. I think the one thing that I do still wrestle with is the sort of the design of the entrance of the parking lot. And I think looking at the video expose that we had, and with all the trucks stopping and backing and trying to turn and maneuver and cars backing up on the street, made me wonder if there could not be sort of a half-circle design at the front of the parking lot so that trucks coming down Union Street could simply turn into the parking lot at an angle. And then I think there was a comment about the exit, limiting traffic, moving to the right, so that the trucks could come in, so they would sweep right into the parking lot, rather than sitting out there on the street trying to maneuver, sweep in, turn in to deliver their goods, and then when they exit, they go to the right, and all the cars that leave go out to the right, and so it would allow for more traffic flow. I realize that would still create a problem in terms of the maneuverability of the trucks, but it just made me wonder if there could not be sort of a different solution in terms of that one aspect of this project, and whether or not that would help to eliminate a lot of the honking of horns and the beeping of trucks, which is a disturbance.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't speak to me now, but it's sort of like, just pretend that I'm in the pulpit right now, okay? So you can say amen, you can do that. But it just sort of raises the question about, whether or not there might be a solution there that we haven't entirely explored that could eliminate some of that problem. Because again, when you're looking at the common good, that is a challenge. And the other thing that I would just simply say is that I think, in my view, and I think it's probably the view of most everybody, yes, the amount of services that Tony's Kitchen is providing has increased. And that's probably not that surprising, because for that type of ministry or that type of work, it ebbs and flows. So there are going to be circumstances that's going to drive the numbers up, and then there are times when the numbers are going to come down. And none of us sort of controls those circumstances. I certainly, looking at COVID, what happened, and it was surprising to see the large numbers of people that experienced food insecurity. So I think that's part of what we're experiencing with this project. And so I think all of that to say, generally I'm supportive, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues, because I do think that there is perhaps another solution to the front of that parking lot that could alleviate some of the problems that we've heard articulated over the course of these 3 hearings.
So I also wrestled with this, after hearing testimony from everyone that's come up. Ultimately, I am generally in favor of the application, the improvements of the property. I do think that there needs to be some sort of a work plan in place that deals with traffic, trucks, driving in and out of the area, traffic that helps kind of control the amount of people, and even potentially, lingering. I think that with such an establishment and with as much work, and some would say with as much good as you all are looking to do, there should be some more planning so that we do keep our neighbors in mind and not protrude or cross over into what they feel is quiet and enjoyment. Generally, I am in favor though, and just reiterating once again, I think it would be good to have a work plan in place. That would have been helpful for us to see so that we could internalize it, and our audience.
Mr. Moore, you have to talk closer to
And our audience could also kind of hear that, so that they would know appropriate measures and all that. But it'll be a good improvement.
And just for the record, Mr. Moore did sign a certification that he viewed the Zoom proceeding of the prior meeting, so he is eligible to vote.
Okay. Yeah, I think the plan as presented will improve the current conditions. I think they did their best to address some of the concerns from the earlier meetings. But to kind of build upon what was stated earlier, I think that safety plan needs to be a full operational plan and not even just temporary, just, during the construction and also what the plan is after the fact, how it's going to be operated. I think that there were some very, very valid concerns raised. And I think as part of this, there needs to be enforcement of the current violations, including the signage that was presented in that video, if it exists, because that clearly goes against what was agreed upon in earlier applications. So, and I don't think there's anything that we can do to limit the growth of your operations, but I think it's something that you should really consider, just for your own purposes, that at some point the logistics just don't work at that site. But overall, I'm in favor of this plan for the parking lot.
This application addresses a problem that's been going on in this town for years, and that's the problem of parking and traffic. I had the opportunity a few years back to sit on the Parking Authority as the vice chairman of that committee, and these problems came up constantly. We constantly had to solve problems such as St. Luke's is facing, and we did it to the best of our ability to make it best for the situation. I believe this application, with the widening of the parking lot and the widening of the driveway, is a solution. It's not a perfect solution. There are very few perfect solutions to parking and traffic in Montclair. It just doesn't seem to be, we don't seem to be blessed with that. That's our problem. I think that also the enclosure that is being proposed is a state-of-the-art enclosure for a dumpster. We have had a lot of these types of we've had a lot of applications in front of us concerning placement of dumpsters and so forth on private properties and commercial properties. This seems to be a solution to a major problem in a smaller area. So that part of the application I approve of. I believe that the repaving of the parking lot will have some benefit. We don't know what that benefit will be right now, but with the improvement of drainage, with the improvement of access and ingress and egress, I believe that it'll give it a solution. It's not going to be the perfect solution. It just doesn't occur in my experience. The solutions presented are viable. They're good solutions. So I would be in favor of that. So overall, I'd be in favor of this application because of the work that Tony's Kitchen does for the township of Montclair. No other township that I know of, maybe there are, has had the reputation that St. Luke's has for Tony's Kitchen. I believe it's an entity that we must nurture. We must give it all the aid we can give it, and I believe this application gives it that aid. Not saying that in 20 years we're going to come back and have to do something else. But right now, this application before this board at this time, I approve.
The good news is I approve all those things, parking lot necessary, garbage, collection facility, whatever you want to call it, I approve. I think really now comes down as to the conditions, which I don't think you're going to improve, like the ones I have for you, but I don't think people should be in the parking lot giving food out when, you know, if you're going to give food out in the parking, because that's something that you really hedge back and forth, then I don't think there should be any cars in the parking lot. I know that sounds really kind of crazy, but what I saw from the video, what my takeaway is the concern, and I'm not sure if this concern had reached you at all, is that someone being hurt or something like that. So I feel like there needs to be a step. If that's important, let's not have cars there. Now let's take a look at, let's take that concept with the no cars things. On your list here, from 7 a.m. to 12:30, there shouldn't be cars in the parking lot. The trucks should just have full access of the parking lot. They should just feel that they can go right in and turn around and own it and not be backing up traffic. That should be something. Now, how's that going to do for your operations? I don't think it's going to be the greatest thing ever. I mean, people park, go into there, you know, they got to find parking all over the place. Not the greatest condition, I'm sure, but we need better solutions for this. I don't want to be on this board and know that later I read in the paper that someone was named or hurt. I just don't want that on my conscience. So I feel like there needs to be a step in that situation. I mean, as you state, your mission is, I know your mission is, it is a great mission, but I feel like your mission also has to be in the aspect of being a good neighbor to the neighbors around it. And I feel like there needs to be some focus on that. I have some concerns that maybe you cannot police yourself in this situation. So I admire the situation of getting help from the parking authority or getting help from the police department. Like, I feel like those are some great steps to help the situation. I mean, maybe, I know the neighbors might hate this, but maybe it should be a one-way street. Or if the mission is that important, maybe the street should be closed. I know that sounds pretty crazy, but let's do something rational to help the neighborhood and the people and find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also agree with my colleague, Mr. Caulfield, that I am in favor of the application, but it really comes down to the conditions. Particularly the fifth condition regarding the plan to develop training materials for traffic on parking lot attendants with the Montclair Police Department. I feel that is almost placing the burden into Montclair Police Department rather than the church working to develop a work plan or hiring a professional, a licensed safety professional or someone with such experience to assess the conditions and provide comments. I have not seen evidence of that. I've seen evidence of the improvements of the parking lot, which is great. I've seen evidence of the improvement in the trash enclosure, the noise, or the odor, the stormwater management. I think that is great, but not regarding the safety plan. And then also the safety plan during construction. I think that is also important, but what my colleagues have mentioned, I do agree that there needs to be operational safety plan. So after the construction is said and done, what happens then? So how do you manage near misses? That has happened before. We've seen the videos. How do you avoid that? Because you have multiple near misses. Eventually, they can become injuries, right? Statistically, that's what happens. So how do you avoid or minimize those near misses? I think that's my concern, my main concern. And then with the other conditions that we have that Mr. Chairman has proposed, I think I'm in favor.
So before you panic, I will vote yes, unless I convince myself in the beginning part of this that that's just a very wrong thing to do. So in 1984, before my time on the board, not by a whole lot, but before my time on the board, this board approved an expansion of the parking lot of which we are speaking. A condition of that approval was that the parking area be restricted to church use only. The applicant has been in violation of that condition for many, many, many years, and I'm appalled that the township did nothing about it, because if day one they had cited them and said, come in for a variance to modify that condition and use it, we would have all been much better off at this point in time. Same thing with, because we could have had conditions then rather than dealing with the situation and the size. Now, you know, you're saying you're improving the situation by moving the refrigeration units inside. They're there illegally. You need an approval to do that. You just dump them there. I understand there was some urgency, but there are laws, and we are a country of laws. There's some politicians who have somewhat different views, but most of us think we are a country of laws, and everyone, even entities that are doing a tremendous public good, have to follow those laws. So let me do and whether we call it an inherently beneficial use or we look at special reasons, clearly this application meets the positive criteria. And, you know, in terms of the use, this is, you know, there's no substantial impairment of the zone plan. In fact, the little wonderful zoning ordinance provision that lets non-accessory nonprofits be on church property, which should make a note that we should do something about that in our annual report. You know, you can't do that, and I'm willing to accept having the trash enclosure too close to the side yard. That's not a substantial impairment of the zoning ordinance. But the question here is, has this reached the point where it's a substantial detriment to the public good? And to repeat myself, if the church had come in a very long time ago and said, we want to use the parking lot associated with Tony's Kitchen, I think it could have been much better addressed than what I'm really viewing as an after-the-fact situation of, now we're serving a whole lot of people. And you know, it's just very unfortunate. But, you know, I think, you know, and the case law is such that, you know, are there conditions we can impose so it is not going to be a substantial detriment to the public good? The thing that a couple of the board members have mentioned is doing something other than the trucks using the parking lot to deliver food. I don't have a solution to that. I think some of the things might be good, but I think we need the applicant to have their professionals look at what can be done. You know, both my own observation, what the video showed, it's just seems to be inviting trouble. I don't know. I think widening the curb cut will provide some help. I think marking where parking's not permitted in proximity to the driveway will some help. But, you know, a number of those videos showed cars parked into the driveway or immediately adjacent, and people are people, and I'm not expecting that someone putting a little line on the curb or on the street is going to magically mean that people are not going to park there. And I was disappointed at the traffic engineer's testimony is really just saying, oh, you do these things, it'll be wonderful, because I just don't think that defies common sense. But, so let me do the other conditions, and then maybe as a board, we can discuss a little more how to deal with the deliveries, and I'm going to include some of that because just I don't want to lose that. Okay, so I'm going to start with the condition sheet that the applicant handed out and go from there. So number one, I'll actually to modify helpfully to you is so it will read, the applicant will continue to work with the Township of Montclair to minimize the impact of garbage disposal by having refuse pickups occur after 7 a.m. So you're deleting the not allowing and replacing having, and that you're going to talk to them. You can't make the township garbage, but you'll try and get them to behave. Okay, then number two will read, the applicant will not accept food deliveries in from trucks larger than SU40s. Then number three will be modified to read, the applicant will schedule food deliveries on days and times where there is not food distribution. And four stays as is. Number five, picking up what my colleague said, I think have it read, the applicant will have training materials developed for parking lot attendants. I'm not sure the police is even the best source, but I'm not precluding you're using the police. And then adding to that, parking lot attendants shall be present during all grocery distribution times and during the unloading of delivery trucks, and that's assuming, well, even if we find a different place for them to unload, I think they should be present for that. Number six stays as is. Number seven will be modified, so it's including both the subject driveway and all other driveways between Prospect Terrace and South Fullerton on both sides of the street. Number eight stays as is. We'll add to number nine, I think is the first sentence, all composting is to be done off-site, and then continue with that you'll maximize what food waste goes into the dumpster. Number 10 is okay. Number 11, just add at the end and submit the plan to the planning office. Now, the other 300 conditions I have. Sure there's nothing on this. Okay, that there will be no more than 2 delivery trucks per day and no more than 5 delivery trucks per week. So I don't forget it, you'll document the ownership of the property, and if St. Luke's is not the owner, have the owner consent to the filing of the application. Okay, you will prepare a plan for when the parking lot is not usable during construction and submit that to the planning office.
That's separate from the number 11 plan?
Yeah, that, yes. The safety is one thing, the other is what's going to happen to the vehicles who would otherwise be using it.
Is that going to be approved by the planning department, or is they just giving it to them?
No, yes, both of those approve. The refrigeration units in the parking area shall be removed by June 30th. That the Tony's Kitchen shall be at the times indicated on A4.
I'm
I'm sorry,
sorry.
would you-
Yeah, we didn't hear what you said on that one.
Okay, that the grocery distribution for Tony's Kitchen shall be at the times shown on A4.
Oh, that's problematic.
Yeah, and
So, I mean, if we change times because it ends up easing things, that.
then you'll come back here.
Okay.
I mean, my concern, I've said it, is this grew into something huge. And without coming here like you should have, and I don't want to suddenly discover you're doing totally different times, which are having a totally different impact on the neighborhood, and just, oh, that's the way it is. I would like to do it in a way that's somewhat flexible, but you did
So
this chart to show us all the pieces fit together. And suddenly.
So if we want to shift the whole operation a half hour earlier, we need to come back here and say, instead of going from 10 to 12, we're going from 9:30 to 11:30.
I think it's from 7 a.m. to 12:30 in that time frame there. I don't think you have to get to the minutia of each delivery. I think you're just looking for the.
No, I'm not doing the delivery
He's doing food-
times.
he's
The
doing
only
food
thing I'm doing
distribution.
on the delivery times is it can't be when you're doing food distribution, but I'm willing to, I have a problem reading your chart in terms of whether the line goes with the time above or
Yeah,
below.
it's sort of, yeah, I think a time stated next to it is the beginning time of that
Okay.
15-minute block.
So any changes in the days, any changes by more than 1 hour either way of any of the distribution times. So I'm giving you an hour either side.
Yep.
And again, if you move it, then the delivery times have to be adjusted so you're not conflicting with those.
Could we go back to the no more than 2 delivery trucks per day and no more than 5 per week?
That was the testimony.
Well, what bothers me about that is that once in a while, there would be 3 on one day. And if,
There is nowhere on this chart that shows 3 in one day. The testimony was 2 in one day, and you don't want to push it because you'll get me to a no vote real quick.
Mr. Chairman, just ask you, you want to make that food truck deliveries, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because they said there was an occasional Amazon delivery, so let's.
right,
Yeah,
that was my concern.
Okay,
that
we're doing the food deliveries.
Just food delivery, okay.
And I, okay, did that. I'm going to do, in response to what one of the neighbors said, is no outside food distribution. I just,
So
are you saying?
Can I not have a church picnic?
I do not view that as food distribution. This is, Tony's Kitchen shall not have, okay? That should cover the church having an outside picnic.
Yeah.
They would have wanted just have to
Yeah,
decide what to do.
okay. Yeah.
The lighting shall comply with the ordinance. There shall be a barrier that blocks off access to that area that's between the property line and the building. That there can only be 2 delivery vans of the current size. I don't know what that is, but you'll tell Michael so he can put that in the condition.
Which size are they?
The 40 foot, the SU40.
Your delivery vans, because the whole parking is based on there only being two of those, and if suddenly,
The ones we own?
Yes.
We own 3.
okay, 3, okay. Something from the first hearing, you'll hire an arborist to look at the condition of the white pine that's near the
Yes.
property line of the eastern, and do whatever he recommends. He might trim it, he might say it's perfectly fine, he might say take it down, but whatever he says. Then it will be conditions 3, 7, 8, 16, and 17 from the engineer's report, conditions 2 and 3 from the planner's report, that an operation and maintenance manual for the stormwater system will be prepared, and the client shall be required to adhere to that manual. A copy will be provided to the planning office so they know when the inspections are supposed to be occurring. And last but not least, and my other frustration is, some of this would have been better if it had come in as one application rather than piecemeal, but you'll adhere to the conditions of the Board of Adjustment approval dated October 16th, 219, and the conditions of the Development Review Committee approval dated April 1st, 2021. I will not require you to adhere to the 1984 approval condition that says the parking lot can only be used for the church. Any discussion on the board members as to whether you wanted them to come up with some alternate way of the truck deliveries?
I don't see, just from my, after viewing the property in action, I don't see how else you can deliver. You just have to cut down the size of those trucks. If it takes 4 or more of those smaller trucks to make the delivery, it's just, it's a bad area for trucks, bad. And I don't see an alternative spot. I looked on Fullerton, and that's not viable.
No.
So it's just, I have no solution to that. I think that it's just a question of, let's not get them all there at the same time. And, you know, jam up those streets.
Can we put a condition that the trucks have to come in from a certain direction? Only from a certain direction, either?
We can.
They're all coming up from Union.
I don't know what's easier.
Yeah.
It's hard to,
Yeah.
unless you put it
May I comment on the trucks in the parking lot? I mean, part of, I think one of the things we've overlooked in this is part of the design in the parking lot is a turning area designed specifically so trucks have the possibility of pulling in forward. It's a no parking zone.
But the traffic engineers
Yeah.
turning indicated there have to be not cars, and
Yeah.
and it's
Hopefully
not,
that
you know, I realistically, I can't see them either backing out or one way or the other. I just, knowing the typical truck driver, straight is a lot easier than trying to do a K-turn in a parking lot.
So, Mr. Chairman, is your question one of asking that some entity would do a study to look to see if there may be an alternative way to address the issue of trucks' access to that parking lot and their exit?
Yes.
I would support that. And I also, I don't know if it's within our purview or not, but there was a comment that Mr. Caulfield made that I also felt, I didn't say it in this session, but I also felt it, and that was just a question of whether or not somebody ought to take a look at whether or not Union Street ought to be turned into a one-way street. Now, I know that's not within our, I'm assuming that's not within our purview.
It's
But
not.
the question is whether or not we can make a reference
I mean, we
for
can make
it
a
to be looked at.
recommendation.
We
if you
can
chose
make
to.
a recommendation, but
Because
want-
to me, that
you
would
want
be
that
part
in
of
the-
the,
in the
part of the
resolution?
problem, part of the solution of how the trucks
Well,
access the parking lot.
What I'd like to do is to have them address solutions, including looking at what would happen if Union Street was made one way as being part of that, and then, depending upon how that comes out, ultimately, if everyone agrees that's a good idea, then that would have to be done by the governing body, and hopefully with notice to the neighbors who might have views on that one way or the other.
So I just want to make sure I understand what's being, if that's incorporated as a condition of an approval. So the applicant's going to prepare a plan to be submitted to the planning department? I mean, assuming this gets approved, if the plan says something different, are they complying with the plan?
Okay, no, I mean, yes, ultimately, but they will come back to us and say, this is what we want to do. Now, it may be simply one Union Street one way, and that's the only thing we can envision, or it may be do a cutout that the trucks can pull into. I don't do traffic engineering on most days, but that they would look at it, they would submit the report to the planning department, and if it requires changes to this approval, they would come back here. So the public, among others, would get to put in their 2 cents. Okay. Any further discussion? And if not, does someone want to make a motion?
I'd make a motion to approve the application.
And the conditions.
For the widening of the parking.
My suggestion would be that for the proposed improvements and the variances and waivers that were requested and site plan approval, subject to the 9,000 conditions we just suggested.
What do you say?
I second.
Why don't you do a roll call, just,
All right. Mr. Harrison?
yes?
Mr. McCullough?
Yes.
Mr. Caulfield?
Yes.
Mr. Church?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Mr. Vieira?
Yes.
You do wonderful things, except following the zoning ordinance. Add that to the list of things that you should do.
Bless me, Mr. Chair, for I have sinned. Anyway, thank you all for your time and consideration on this. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, everyone.
To adjourn? Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Aye.